We are so lucky to have a sport that incorporates so many wonderful people, and we're out here today doing it like we love to do it best, under the sun, under the sky that God gives us. And Don, can you give us a few words that bring us into our race safely?
Thank you, Bill. I'm so glad to be here. This is an awesome weekend for myself, my wife, Millie. Glad she's with me. Audrey's being here. Bill. Bill, you need to. How many like Bill without the mustache, goatee? I didn't recognize him. So, you know, it's just been a beautiful day, a beautiful weekend actually. God gave us. We had a couple of racers go down, but they're okay. You know, some broke bones, but again. And Larry, I miss my buddy Larry being out here on the track, and you do too. But we'll see him back. So let's go to the one that makes this all possible. Father in God, we just praise you for this awesome day that you're giving us today, that you gave us yesterday, and this weekend. Without you being here, Father, I wouldn't even be here. None of us would be here. It's because you created us in your image. And you created us to serve you and to love you and to know you. And I just pray that everybody realizes how much you do love us and love racing and love the people that race. Because, Lord, you created them, and this is in their life. But we must remember it's all about you. Without you here, it would be not what it is. So we just pray for everyone that's put it on, that's taken part, the manufacturing cups, the people here at the event, the owners of the track, everybody that makes it possible. And we pray for all you that have come in support of this. And as you travel back home today, we ask for traveling mercy. And we ask to be safe, everyone to be safe today on the track and to make wise decisions and ask you to watch and guide their hands. Lord, we thank you for America. It's a great country, Father, but we seem to have strayed away. And we just ask that America come back to you and realize you have blessed America. And we want you to continue to. But Father, now we just thank you. We ask for safety, 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 and that's what it's all about. And enjoying this day. Thank you for everyone taking part again. And we ask your blessings in Christ's name. Amen. God bless all of you.
Thank you very much for those kind and caring words, Don Dowling. And I'd like to remind everybody, this is the 5th anniversary of when it all came down, when everything kind of fell apart back in 2010, and we wondered what was going to happen next. Where would our sport go? It all started right here. 5 years ago this weekend, it was the Manufacturers Cup first event. 5 years in, it couldn't be any better. It's all about all of you and all you can do. The excellence continues to rise at every race. I thank you for allowing me to be a part of it. And I'm going to now do the thing I love to do the most, other than racing, watch all you and tell the world about how awesome you are. So let's go racing. We're going to kick it off with Top Fuel, the way it should be. National Anthem, of course. One more thing. We're going to pay homage to this great country. games. Drama so thick you could cut it with a knife heading into the last race of the year when one racer, and only one in Top Fuel, brought to us by Pingle, has the ability to perhaps pass up Larry McBride in points and claim the 2015 championship. What a strange turn of events. Nobody would have expected it. But, of course, when Larry's bike became severely damaged, as did Larry at that exhibition race in Atco, this stroke of fate, this destiny changed everything. Now, we've done the math, and it is pretty clear at this point, all Chris Hand has to do is win the race to take the championship. He's already got his qualifying points, and all he's got to do right now is go to the final and take on all comers. A strong, strong task indeed, especially with Sam Wills finding his sweet spot here this weekend. At 588, one of the sweetest passes I've seen go down the track, as I mentioned earlier. And I've got Larry McBride, the Spider-Man, up here in the tower with me. And Larry, tell me a little bit more about what you saw and what you thought of that pass of Sam's.
Well, you know, I mean, it was pretty darn perfect. I mean, that thing went like 254 to the 330, one flat 60. He shut it off early. You know, it was an awesome run. I think it could have possibly been a 583 or 582. And if you do all the calculations, like I told everybody yesterday, if it runs 1.9 back half, you mean that thing would have been a 582. So if it had run a 2-second back half, it would have been a 583. Unfortunately, shut it off at the 1,000 foot. That's why the mile an hour is only 214 miles an hour.
Yeah, because he went, 203 in the 8th mile, if I remember correctly. Yeah, absolutely amazing numbers.
Hey, everybody, don't forget about the shirts over here at the Man Cup trailer. I'll be over there after this round of pros signing autographs.
Outstanding. Larry will be providing autographs to everybody. And we're going to keep those shirts selling because here's a great opportunity to get it hand-signed by the Spider-Man himself as he continues to rebuild this program. Now, here we go. Top Fuel Harleys in the most delicious flavor. One of the quickest in the sport, if not the quickest in the sport, right here, right now in the strange lane. That is Don Johnson. And if you see him on camera, you know why we call him Nitro Santa. And it's coming into his season for sure. Now, he's got a new rider on the bike here. Mike Beeland has been a journeyman fuel rider over the last couple of seasons. Just got back from a tour out west where he rode bikes for the Ruggiero family. They are California-based. They were running at that NHRA event in Las Vegas. So Mike's been getting a lot of seat time this year, and now he's on what is one of the quickest nitromethane-powered Top Fuel Harleys ever in history. This bike has been in the 16s. He'll go up against Billy Jack from Huntington, Pennsylvania. Elan was on a pass, but looks like either the bike came off of power or he pedaled it. We knew he was far enough out in front. What do you think? Did you see him pedal it there, Larry?
Yeah, I ain't quite sure what happened. I just saw the right lane. Everybody was sticking to the track, so that tells me the track's really good.
The track is good this weekend for sure. And, you know, unlike some problems we've had in the past, it appears to be just as sticky in both lanes. Outstanding track prep by Joseph and the entire SGMP crew. So Mike Beelan looking pretty good there to about the 330, and then inexplicably clicked it off. So, and don't forget, go ahead and get your autographed Larry McBride T-shirts, autographed by the man himself over there at the Manufacturers Cup trailer after this round of Top Fuel. He'll be there and also various times throughout the weekend. But the best chance is right now after this round of Top Fuel. Head on over there, see Larry McBride, and get an autographed shirt. Next up, a pair of rising stars for sure. We've got the program that was formerly known as Pollard Nitro Sports, now is Van Tyne Nitro Sports, as Dave has, of course, taken possession of the bike from Greg Pollard. Dave Van Tyne's been as quick as 588 or 89?
588.
So right there with Sam Wills, they've run identical numbers. Dave Van Tyne's been 588, and in the right lane, the brand new bike out of the Alwine Racing stable, the ATF1 engine debuts. Big motor with lots of high technology here, and we're all kind of sitting on pins and needles waiting for this machine to show its stuff. it won't be long before this machine is down in the low 6-second, high 5-second range as well. Now, Dave Van Tine in the Strange Lane came up from the Pro Mod ranks and has now been in the Top Fuel game for, I believe, 3 seasons. Am I right, Larry?
Yes, he's going on his 3rd year. He's doing an excellent job.
Yeah, so much skill, so much capability, and I love when I go over in his camp and I see old school people that haven't run nitro bikes helping him, like Joey Hahn and Rick Stetson. Super skilled people now getting their first taste of pro nitro.
Oh, it's awesome to go over there. And you know, I've known all these guys for 30 plus years, so it's to go over and see all of them, see what Dave's done with his program is just awesome. We're behind him 110%.
Yeah, it is an amazing thing to see new teams like this. We're going to see more next year. There's Corey Hogan on the L-Line bike. This is a combination of talents that we've seen before. They have run the fastest lap ever in Top Fuel bike history at 255 miles per hour. And this new machine has a different note, a different look, a different feel, and it's likely going to have some different results. John Elwine and team have been in this game a long time. Of course, John Elwine, the crew chief on Tony Lang's very successful Top Fuel program back in the day. So John has put in many decades with these setups. So just like all the other journeymen out here, the intensity of what he's capable of, it's huge. Mantine's on a charge of 411 to the 8th mile, 620 out the back door, 222 miles per hour, and Corey Hogan overpowers the track as they continue to try to get a hold of that combination. And so is it still going to need some clutch tuning there, you think, Larry?
You know, I ain't so sure anymore. It's definitely in the clutch, but I believe they've got some malfunctioning. Something is malfunctioning on that motorcycle to keep doing the same thing over and over again. But I've got confidence in the All-Wine team to find it.
Outstanding. Yeah, they're going to do it. And, you know, it's a lot of new stuff to figure out. One of these Top Fuel bikes has just layer after layer of different complexities that all have to be synchronized. And because it took you guys, how many years to really get your program together back in the day?
Well, we had the same motorcycle for 21 years, so it actually took us from 1994 to 1999. So, you know, you're going to have issues with things, but I think they've got a mechanical issue maybe happening to their motorcycle. It almost looks like the thing's leaving with secondary lever, and we don't want to see no secondary lever until about 3 or 4 tenths into the run. I think we're seeing it a little bit sooner there.
Yeah, it sure looks like it. It is just hitting that tire so hard, and it's not even getting a chance to slide the clutch at all. I got Don Plesser up here, our presenting sponsor for Top Fuel. And, Don, have you had a good weekend here so far at the Manufacturers Cup? You sell some stuff?
Yeah, we do. We're doing really awesome down there, and it's been a great race. You guys are doing a fantastic job up here. And, boy, I'm all jonesed up on Top Fuel.
Yeah, check this out. Of course, the PR Factory Store, the presenting sponsor here in Bingle Top Fuel. Chris Hand is the man who all eyes are on right now, and I'm glad he can't hear me with that bike rattling underneath him because he'd be nervous. Yeah. Beautiful. Chris Hand, of course, another one of the men that have given their lives to the sport of Top Fuel bike racing. He's been at it a good 40 years. We saw him finally strike into the fives back at Indianapolis a couple of years ago, and now we're seeing him with a shot at the #1 plate in Man Cup. It's mathematically possible for him to pass up Larry McBride.
And you know what I like the most about this is Chuck from Larry's team is pushing, so I don't have to this weekend. I like the young guys pushing.
Well, you know, Chuck is probably suffering from the same thing Larry is, which is agitation and nervousness from not having his own bike to race. But that, of course, is part of the family drag race, and even Steve McBride's out there helping. And I mean, look at this, folks. A team who would be passed by Chris if he wins is out there helping him. Couldn't get any better than this. This is family racing at its finest. But the first thing, of course, Chris has to do is get past this round. And with Cannon in the opposing lane, anything can happen at any time. Chris Hand embarking upon a dream. With a number one plate in the offing. I'd say he's got this round locked up. A little bit of smoke. And Chris Hand out the back door with a 6:48 at only 167, but he has passed the first test in terms of getting to his potential to take the championship. He has won, let's see here. How many bikes do we have this weekend total? 7 bikes total, so we've got 2 more rounds of competition for Chris to maintain. Okay, we're taking a quick look at the points up here. So we've rechecked the math out here, and we believe we have it correct. If Chris takes it all the way, he will be the champion. So now, speaking of champions, Sam Wills, #1 qualifier. The Nitro Conspiracy bike has now drawn deep first blood with a 588 pass, well into the 5-second range, completely cementing the fact that this is a solid 5-second program. And as Larry had mentioned earlier, were there not a shutoff pass, it would have been an even quicker lap. So they know they've got a handle on it now. Now what they have to do is repeat and refine, and this will likely be the most competitive bike on the forefront for Mr. Chris Hand. And very unique machine engineered by Sam Wills in the chassis department, engineered by Mike Dryden in the horsepower department from Nitro Conspiracy. And I believe that is their first #1 qualifying effort with this new machine. So way to go. Into the 5s and first ever #1 qualifying effort. A lot to look forward to with this machine in the future.
Now, I talked to Sam and them, and what they're going to try to do is just repeat, because if you don't have to shut it off, it's going, like I say, it's going to go in 82. So don't let that surprise nobody. You should run somewhere around 238 miles an hour.
Can't wait to see it. Here we go. Apparently it came back healthy from that 588 pass yesterday, so they have decided to stand pat, work with the tune-up. Weather and track conditions are similar to what they were yesterday, so they should be able to repeat. You'll note I said should be able to. This is still motorcycle drag racing where anything can happen. As Larry mentions, the track is badass. As I've been crowing about all weekend, this is certainly one of the biggest opportunities all year, if not in some years, to put down world record performances that other people can only look at with jaw agape. You go, how did they do that? Well, they went to the quickest race of the year in the quickest organization on earth, Man Cup. This is where the top tier bikes like to come, the Pro Mod bikes like to come. Everybody wants to come to Man Cup here at Valdosta to take advantage of these amazing track conditions. South Georgia Motorsports Park has developed a reputation as one of the quickest tracks in the Southeast. We like it because it's still a family atmosphere here at SGMP. It's not some big-time facility where everybody's impersonal and all stuck on what they're doing. This is drag racing the way we love it. Up close, personal, family style. So Sam Wills, by virtue of his #1 qualifying performance here this weekend, it's the competition single. This would be an earned bye-run. Junior Associate game finals at 389. He pedals it early and goes 623. And we think we might have some oil on the track. We've got to go check the durability of that bike. Might have faltered a little bit there. And Larry thinks he saw some oil come out.
We definitely saw oil come out of the breather tube. So what it looked like got a piston down there.
Since our inception in 1980, MPS has always raced what we sell, in just about every class from Street ET to Pro Mod. Our huge inventory of race parts are on the shelf ready for same-day shipping. MPS is the largest supplier of drag bike air shifters in the world. MPS carries both wet and dry nitrous systems, including our revolutionary Spider Dry Nitrous kits. At MPS, we're all EFI all the time, including the new Holly EFI system. We also stock all the best brands of engine components for your next build.
Nothing sounds like nitro. Nitro Harleys in the Pro Fuel class, SNS and Hawaii. Tyler Wilson on the 2015 Derringer engine, and Rocky Jackson on a 2010 Derringer motor. Both Hawaii-equipped bikes. Number 4, number 5 qualifier. Tyler the favorite, but Rocky ready to slow down. There you have it. Tyler's bike does not leave the line. Rocky Jackson coasts to an easy win. So now Kirby Apathy has to win this round just to stay even with Rocky. And it would appear the bike dropped the chain right there on the starting line. Yeah, it didn't get far. Heck of a way to lose, but brand new program, he'll be back. Now it's the newly crowned NHRA Pro Fuel Champion, Jeanette Thornley, Dream Chaser Racing, going up against John McConnell on the 2010 Hawaii school bike. And looking at these two bikes alongside each other, it's really easy to see the evolution in Pro Fuel. John McConnell's bike, until recently, the most advanced machine out there. But then Hawaii raised the bar. Jeanette is your number 3 qualifier with a very, very formidable 7.41 second qualifying time. John McConnell way back at number 9 with an 8:58. And it is a 7-second bike on a good day, so Jeanette can't lay back too hard here. And it looks like Jeanette once again lost one of her wheelie bar plates. But goes to the win, 7:51. John McConnell picks up over half a second compared to his best qualifying effort, so he'll be happy with that, but no contest for Jeanette Thornley's bigger horsepower. So Miss Thornley is going to have to find a way to keep those wheelie bar panels on the bike, because that's twice now she's lost that one. So I might have to go a little past the zip tie stage with those. Jeanette Thornley advances to the next round. Now we've got some points chase drama. Kirby Apathy has to make it past the first round. He's in the strange lane on that gunfighter-powered entry, engine of his own design. Kirby will competing against Manny George from Quebec. All the way down here from the Great White North, Canada. These are the Pro Fuel machines, high gear only, just a slipper clutch and 120 cubic inches of nitron carburetor. Kirby gets a little crossed up there coming out of the burnout. No big deal. Kirby on the threshold of a dream here as his brand new engine design continues to find its place here in Hawaiian S&S Pro Fuel. Gravity-fed carburetors on nitro. Looks like Kirby gave it up on the light, but has taken it back on the big end. Feeds into the 8th mile and takes the win, 7:41. Your number 2 qualifier advancing to the next round. Manny George slows to an 8:59. And Kirby had his work cut out for him there because Manny put a 10th on him off the tree. Kirby with a relatively sleepy 2:98 reaction time. Manny also was making it up in the first 60 feet. So right off the line, Kirby was like, uh-oh, I got to catch this guy. And sure he did, 7:41 at 1:68.20. Little off his qualifying number of 7:37, but more than enough for the win. Here comes the Terminator. Johnny Vickers. Johnny Vickers, of course, your 2014 NHRA Pro Fuel champ. Johnny going up against the man who almost went all the way in NHRA Pro Fuel this year, Dennis Fisher. Dennis Fisher, former Super Cup champion here in the Manufacturers Cup. Dennis was a number 8 qualifier with a 7:81. Of course, Johnny Vickers knew everybody away with that number 1 qualifying effort of 7:20, 7.20 seconds. Only a 10th off of his best with this bike. Johnny would love to put the Terminator away to a new home with an even quicker record. He knows that this is probably his last chance to run this bike because for it to not have have to be sold by next spring is almost unthinkable. Johnny gets the light and is way out on Dennis Fisher. 4:47 at the end, and 7:18. Johnny is back into the teens, puts down the quickest lap of the weekend, and absolutely runs and hides from Dennis Fisher. Johnny Vickers finding it on race day. A quicker ET, but not even as much mile per hour as he ran in qualifying. He ran 175 in qualifying, only 170 here today. So, and you look at all more power to come in that Terminator machine from Hawaii Racing. Moving now into, of course, Falicon. Come on! Now we're going to go down to the 8th mile with machines that are a whisper away from the 3-second range in the 8th mile. And that's quick. Doesn't matter if you're on 2 or 4 wheels. Anything that gets into the 3s and the 8th is a rocket ship. Pass by Gas, sporting the Manhill Garage finery there on his brand new body. Rebodied machine. Very dependable piece from Paul. It's, in a lot of ways, a modified pro stock bike. Paul taking a little different path to pro mod success than the others. Paul Gast going to go up against the little lady that just got in at the last minute yesterday. Man, we were biting the fingernails wondering, was Kim going to find it? And she did. Kim Morrell got into the program and pushed out Travis Davis, who has not had a no qualifying situation, and I can't even tell you how long. Travis Davis always qualifies, so that was really a shocker. And Morrell getting a little help from overseas with that Drag 965 club from the Middle East. One of the most unlikely pro mod bike riders you'll ever meet, and she is a former ADRL champion. Pound for pound, she is one of the quickest people in this class. It's on. Almost identical 60-foot times. Paul ahead at the 3:30 and ahead at the 8th as he improves upon his qualifying time of 4:09. That 4:05 shows Paul brought it on race day. Paul advancing to the next round. Kim improves, but that 4:22 just no match for a 4:05. Now Monty Campbell. Love those pipes on Monty's bike. It sounds so different. Chuck Wilburn, who also qualified very strong yesterday with a 4:06. At one time was the number 1 qualifier. He's here from Tupelo, Mississippi. Both of these riders regular appearances on the PDRA Tour. Chuck goes red. It's all Monty Campbell on his pass, and Chuck, oh my gosh, throws away a 4:07 and a .994, 60-foot time, because he went red by 17 thousandths of a second. 17 thousandths of a second for Chuck. Bonnie Campbell more than happy to collect up the win on that one with a 432. Wow. I would want to be in Chuck's trailer after this round. Well, here's another one of those bikes with those unique exhausts, the Zoomy pipe arrangement, like a fuel car or funny car. Ronnie Smith, Pasadena, Missouri. He's in the platinum lane. And T.T. Jones, who qualified number 7 with a 413. Ronnie Smith was number 10 with a 417. T.T. Jones slows to a 421 and gets slightly edged on the light. 058 light for TT versus an 048 for Ronnie, but Ronnie unable to make up the difference in ET. It was a very close race with the margin of victory of near 17 thousandths of a second. Spencer Allen and Carlos Wilkerson. Carlos here from Roxton, Georgia. Spencer, Cape Coral, Florida. Carlos is our number 12 qualifier. He won a 418. Spencer, one of the bikes fortunate enough to make the O's during qualifying. He went 409 for the number 5 spot. Jerry Cooper giving Carlos the okie dokie. Spencer drills him on the light, a 006 reaction time. Gets him on the 60-foot, only barely, both 102s. Spencer's 412, more than enough with that reaction time to take out Carlos. Brunson Grothus now. Brunson currently leading the points, 237, a mere 40 points ahead of Paul Gast. He's got a lot on the line, and here's Jeff House. Only his 5th pass on that brand new Monstar bullet head from Mitch Brown, Monster Racing Products, and George Brightstar Racing. Jeff House's weekend ends early. And that's unfortunate because we were really enjoying seeing that new Monstar head from Star Racing and Monster Performance Products looking so good. Jeff House using it as it comes out of the box. Jeff House kind of proud of the fact that there was an off-the-shelf Monstar head, off-the-shelf pistons, easy engine for him to put together. And Monstar head starts to show its capabilities here in Pro Mod. At this time, all pros should be in the lanes with an emphasis on Pro Open in lane 5. We are ready to run Pro Open, so if you are not here, you risk missing the call first round. Nobody wants to see that happen, so Pro Open. Need you in the lanes right now. About to pull you out. All remaining pros to the lanes, please. Jay Fisher now from Oostanula, Georgia. I hope I said that right. Jay Fisher in the platinum lane, the beautiful yellow machine. Striking appearance there. He went number 6 and a 410. Number 6 qualifier with a 410. And Shane Epperjesi on the brand new Gosselin machine that was delivered to a customer in Canada, freshly built out of the Grothus drag bike stable. Shane got in a show with a 417. That's a brand new bike. It's improving every pass. So Jay Fisher has to be on his game. Hit the light and do not let Shane out ahead of him. Shane Epperjesi gets the light and gets the win. Jay Fisher slows to a 423. Shane runs right on his qualifying number, and that's all it took with that 015 light against Jay Fisher's 103. I need APE Pro Street and Cooper Performance Pro Open to the lanes, please. Last call. Once again, that's last call for Cooper Performance Pro Open and APE Pro Street to the lanes, please. Shinko WPS Real Street, you need to be on your way as well. So Shane Epperjesi there, throwing some blood early with the brand new Gosselin bike. I'm sure Mr. Gosselin will be very happy with that result. Now, Chris Garner was also the number one qualifier for a little bit. Got bumped to number 2 ultimately. Richard Gadsden is who pushed Chris Garner aside for that number 1 position. He'll be up in the next pair. Chris is going up against Cannell Smith in the Platinum Lane. Cannell qualified number 15 with a 435. Something going wrong on Chris Garner's bike. It looks like the wheelie bar broke. There are pieces on the track, so we're going to have a look. I believe Chris is fine. Cannell Smith, 438, unable to match Chris Garner's 427. APE Pro Street, we need you badly. APE Pro Street, you are missing. We need you in the lanes right now. APE Pro Street. And all you Fast by Gas Super Eliminator competitors, please engage in a driver's meeting over at Bill Baxter's trailer. Bill Baxter's trailer is where we're going to have the Super Eliminator Riders meeting. And he says that's going to take place in about 20 minutes. So, Fast by Gas Super Eliminator competitors, please stop by Bill Baxter's trailer for the Riders meeting for Super Eliminator. So it looks like all we had was some bits and pieces out there on the track off of Chris Garner's bike. He did win that round with a decent 427, way off of his qualifying number, but hopefully that was partially caused by the mechanical difficulty he was experiencing there with what appeared to be the wheelie bar. So they should be able to get that fixed up in time to return for the next round. Next up, Charlie Prophet from West Monroe, Louisiana. Charlie Prophet having the dubious distinction of having to run the number 1 qualifier first round. Oh, nobody likes to be in that position. So Charlie qualified way back with a number 455 for number 18. Richard Gadsden, of course, on the pole with that 404 they pulled out in the final round yesterday. So this should be business as usual. Richard Gadsden with an apparent 5/10 advantage going into this one. But in 8th mile racing, one slip up and it's over. Gives him a good run for the money. Charlie runs his quickest lap of the weekend. Finds it when he needs to, but didn't find quite enough. Qualified number 4 with a 691, and actually was on the pole for a little bit of time during the qualifying this weekend. Walter having really found his performance this year. We've seen a number of high mile per hour and 6-second passes out of him. Another man having a great season here in the Platinum Lane, Rudy Santaterra, Quick Time Motorsports. There's a man who found his 6-second zone for the first time this year. To the delight of many, we've watched Rudy soldier away in this class for years. And as it will happen sometimes for those who thrive, those who continue to prevail, they get what they were looking for. He got his 6-second passes for the first time this year. So congratulations to Rudy and the entire Quick Time Performance team. Walter Sprout drills Rudy on the right with a 001. Gets him at the 60 as well. There it is. That one was over early. They were close coming into the 8th mile. But an outstanding reaction time performance there from Walter Sprout. Man, 001 pro light. Whew. Rudy just never had a chance once that happened. Now up. Tony Fisher on the supercharged Hayabusa going up against Frankie Stott on the turbocharged little Honda 1000. Frankie's out first. Tony brings him in the 330. By the 8th, it's Tony, and by the quarter, it's Tony. Tony pulled ahead at the 8th mile and never looked back. A 694, bettering his early qualifying effort of 698. Frankie falls off his own pace by about 3/10. So we don't know what happened there with Frankie's bike, but we do know this. The supercharged DAS performance machine is in the next round. Here's a man who was number 1 qualifier for a bit, Rodney Williford. Currently qualified number 2 of the 681, going up against John Chant from St. Charles, Missouri. Number 15 qualifier, 723. Rodney, banging it, drills John off the line, kills him to the 8th mile. No contest, and a 686 below ET of the round so far. We are seeing some severely impressive reaction time performances here in the street bike class this weekend. Rodney just took out John by over a 10th. Significant advantage off the line. Now we've got Aaron Litton, number 8 qualifier, and Jamie Lopez here from Stacia. Yet another of those beautiful Caribbean islands that have so many drag by crazy people. Jamie with the advantage in the reaction time and the 60-foot, but they have identical 330s. Aaron Litton pulling ahead at the 8th mile, and there it is. 692 for the win. Aaron putting up some mile per hour there, too. 2:15.31. Whew. He had that turned up tight. What must that feel like? A 215 mile per hour quarter-mile pass on a street tire motorcycle. Amazing power that they make. Amazing that they can put it down to a street tire. But that's got a lot to do with the chassis and shock absorber technology that make these street bikes so effective. putting down in excess of 600 horsepower. Mr. Mile Per Hour himself there in the strange lane. Joey Gladstone going up against Jeremy St. Julian. Jeremy's bike malfunctions. Joey just runs away with it. The bike gets a little light. The foot comes out, but it doesn't matter. The 696 is what he's got now. Qualified number one, the 681, 696, more than enough to win. Jeremy Julian not able to make the pass. Shinko WPS Real Street need to be in the lanes at this time. Shinko WPS Real Street to the lanes. And now my first call for Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460. That's Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 to the lanes, please. And if I could have Bradley Grothis join me in the tower, that would be awesome. Jeremy St. Julian also had a great year. Hey, made the A program here at the Man Cup World Finals in his rookie season on a Pro Street bike. So I'd like to give a shout out to Jeremy St. Julian for a very, very respectable showing all year long. You can't feel too bad going up against Joey Gladstone in the first round. I mean, that's pretty tough for anybody. But congratulations on Jeremy for a great year. So many racers stepped up and found new performance this year. This class continues to develop outstanding talent. Time to fire them up. Light them up. Next pair up, Terrence Angela. Team DME rider now with his own full exhaust pipe, I note on the bike. Seeing more and more of this on the turbos these days because it makes sense. Also, Justin Doucette's doing it. Full exhaust on his turbo bike. Hey, why stick a retro rocket out the side? It can affect handling when you can just run that exhaust thrust out the back and completely neutralize that effect. Because there's no way that 2.5 feet of straight pipe is going to have much difference on performance. It's not a restriction, and some could even argue that it helps. Strange thing about exhaust scavenging. Sometimes the shortest, most direct path is not the most powerful path. So, full exhaust on turbo street bikes. Justin Doucette now with the reaction time advantage. Terrence Angela catches him by the 60-foot, though, and that's all she wrote. Terrence, consistent, 691 with a 4. And 216.6 miles per hour. That is, I believe, the high mile per hour of the event right there. 216.62 for Terrence Angela. So, way to stay small and behind the bubble for Terrence. That big DME power will not be denied. Richard Gadsden having a great weekend so far. Number one qualifier in Pro Mod, and look at that. Gadsden gets even quicker. Qualified with a 694, now goes a 693. Brad Mummert and crew have to be happy with that. The amazing GS 1100 entry, unique and unprecedented in modern pro street bike, where everybody chooses Busas. Brad has worked with that combination for years and really found it this year, so congratulations. They're going round. Hey, here we are, teammates, Bud Yoder and Mark Paquette. Mark goes 0-0 on the light. Bud trying so hard to pass and cannot do it. Mark Paquette, 7:05 for the win, right near his qualifying time of 7:02. But the story on that pass, pushing the light against his teammate, Mark Paquette goes 0-0. Bud Yoder's 0:54, just the beginning of what was nowhere near an optimal pass for Bud as the bike got up and away from him. So that's Pro Street drama. You can have the quickest bike here, but if it will not behave going down track, it's over. You don't even get one chance on wheel stand like that, and somebody like Mark Paquette is going to run right by you. Pro Open now. Cooper Performance Pro Open. Here at the conclusion of its second season, it has been an absolute riot of different machines, different performances, and close racing. And we're seeing number 1 and number 2 qualifiers within a few hundredths or a tenth of each other. The beauty of this class is it doesn't matter what you've got. If it's an old funny bike, an old Pro Mod bike, an old Pro Stock bike, old Top Fuel bike, it doesn't matter. Bring it. Run it in Cooper Performance Pro Open and enjoy yourself. This is the catch-all class that brings out so much interest. Justin Collier on the TL1000 chassis Japanese-powered machine, something we don't see often for Justin. He's more of a V-twin guy, but a good rider can ride anything. I did it back in the day, too. Did some double duty on both Harley-Davidson-powered rides as well as inline Japanese-powered rides. Takes a little to get used to the difference, but that's all about being a good rider. Ron Maddox, an ever-improving rider in the strange lane on his methanol-injected Cowie Turbo. Justin runs and hides from Ron. Ron gives chase. Can he catch him on the big end? He cannot. Ron's bike slips in power dramatically. Justin Collier does not. He throws everything at Ron off the line. Justin had him by over a quarter second on the light and never looked back. Looked like Ron might have caught him, but 761, good enough for the win by far. Justin Collier. There's a land speed racer. See what I'm talking about? Diversity. How do we get a guy to take his land speed record bike and make it a drag racer? Give him a class like Pro Open where he can run it. That's it. Shane Stubbs qualified number 6 with a 7:01 at 2:14. He's looking for that magic 6-second zone. Shane's bike gets a little crazy more than once. He tries to give chase. He cannot. Marty Sanzatera for the win as the land speed record racer gets a little too much between his legs on that pass. Shane Stubbs did everything he could. Did you see him? He must have tried to roll back in the throttle. I think Shane was in and out of that throttle about 5 times on that pass. And that bike doing everything he could to make him want to stop doing that, and he certainly did. Just past the 8th miles when Shane said, okay, I get it. I'm not going to recover this one. And probably the smartest thing he could have done, because the bike was certainly getting a little loose out there. When it gets off the mark and out of the groove on its progression of power, man, you got to be real careful rolling back in down track. So congratulations to Quick Time Motorsports, Marty Sanzatera. To the second round. Charlie Thies, number 2 in points right now. Not too far behind Mark Rendeluck. Charlie with a great weekend and Mark with a not great weekend could be passed up. David Tibbert in the Platinum Lane. Charlie Thies in the Strange Lane. Okay, there went another chain. And there was David Tibbert. David Tibbert goes a 7:20, a significant improvement over his qualifying time of 7:45. And Charlie Thies, his dream of passing up Mark Rendeluck ending in the first round. Now, Rob Giard still in. Currently number 3 would be the next contender that would take a shot at Rendeluck's number 1 points position for the championship. Not impossible, and also not impossible for Joey Gladstone. If Joey Gladstone can meet Rendeluck before the final and take him out, there you have it. Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 to the lanes, please. Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 to the lanes. We need you. We've only got a bike or two over there, and it's time to run Grothis Drag Bike Ultra 460 momentarily. Travis Davis denied in Pro Mod this weekend. Such an odd turn of events to see that happen. But, interestingly enough, having a great time on his ex-champion funny bike, which up until this weekend was being kind of bulky itself. So, kind of interesting how the fortunes changed so dramatically there. So now Travis is having a great time in Pro Open on that Elky Turbo. Last call now for Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460. Last call for Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460. Shinko WPS Real Street needs to be in the lanes as well. Shinko WPS Real Street needs you in the lanes as well. Larry Hayes on the vintage, nostalgic, single overhead cam Honda 750 entry. That is a Honda 750 Elky injected funny bike. And at this point, he's pressing Travis Davis's patience. But Travis, being a true sportsman, will wait until Larry Hayes is ready to make his pass. Larry afraid to let go of that throttle lest the bike stall again. Did manage to get his visor down, though, so he's ready to roll. Travis Davis, number 3 with a 669. This is one of those things. One of these bikes has to cross the finish line in order to claim a win. Don't touch the bikes. Whoever gets to the other end first wins. Travis, you have to cross the finish line at this point in order to take the win. Whichever bike gets across the line first. Don't walk, run. Run with that bike. No, he can't have any help. It's got to be just the racer. This Larry Hayes can only push it. No, it's got to be only Larry. Crewman can't push it. Larry says the heck with it. He's an eighth of a mile away. We're never going to catch him. It's all but done except for one more thing. All right, at this point, what we have is a capitulation. Travis is the winner by default. And, you know, this reminds me of one of those old stories I have so many of. I saw a race where this happened between Billy Vose and Dino Dave in Pro Comp years ago, and they both ran with their bikes down the track to get to the other end. And I don't remember who prevailed. But as I remember, it was a close one. It wasn't like this where it was pretty much a foregone conclusion. And wait a minute, here we go. Is Travis going to break that quarter-mile beam? He's going to stop, catch his breath. I don't think he's got much to worry about. Oh, my. So you won't see this happen often in the motorcycle drag racing sport. I've only seen it happen twice in my entire career that spans a few decades, where both bikes break on the roll off the line. And so either bike can still win if the driver pushes it all the way down the track across the finish line. And let's see, we're watching the lights up here. Travis hasn't made, there it is! Travis Davis, your official winner of what is probably the longest pass we've ever seen in Pro Open. And I told you, anything can happen in Pro Open at any time. Well, that's just further proof of it. So here we go. New Age Kawasaki funny bike against CX-14 Pro Open bike. Mike C. actually a slightly better qualifying performance. Even though Rob Giard's been in the 660s with this machine, it's radical and it's still under development. And as a result, the best he was able to muster this weekend was a 754. So about a second off of his pace. He could find it suddenly here in the first round. He's only given up a couple tenths to Mike C. in qualifying, but Mike C's brand new machine that we've never seen before could have surprises awaiting us as well. Oh, no, not again. Almost, okay. Rob does the right thing, gets it over to the right. He wants to be out of that groove just in case there is something leaky about his bike. Mike C. gets it back under power and takes the win. So Rob Giard is out of the running for the championship. Charlie Feast is out of the running for the championship. Mark Rendeluk remains at the number one spot. Joey Gladstone and Dennis Powell could still threaten if Mark goes out early. That's a big if. And here's Rob Giard. He decides the shortest path off of this racetrack is this way. Now, you know, I can't tell you how many times I've watched bikes, stop right about there on the track and then watched racers go all the way to the other end with it. And I'm like, it would have taken so much less time to just come back up the track. And so Rob, being the smart guy he is, says, yep, that's the shortest way out of here. Nobody likes to be watched by everybody as they push their machine down the track. So the shorter amount of time, the better. Coming up next, Chris Cutzinger, our number 2 qualifier with a 663, very fast, true Hayabusa engined Pro Open turbo. He's done a great job with this machine for several years now. So I get at the button. And we've got one of our international visitors from Australia, in this case, Nikki Zakruski in the strange lane, being held by Billy Vose, who's limping about out there today. Billy inadvertently and very severely injured his lower leg in a shop accident. He showed me some pictures of the initial damage and the repairs they did. They put about a pound of stainless steel bars and screws into his leg to adhere those bones back together. Looked pretty ugly. And it's just one of them things. It wasn't like he had to crash. He just got twisted up inside the shop on something, twisted that leg the wrong way, and snap. So Nikki making progress, going quicker and quicker. She is qualified number 21. Did not get a full pass in yet, but this could be the one. Chris Cutzinger looking really good. Number 2 qualifier did 663. You better hurry. Nikki's, let's just call it her freshman curse there, does not have the wherewithal to get it staged and get down the track without breaking the beams early. Chris Cutzinger goes 673 for the win. A little off of his qualifying numbers, but I think he'll be happy with that pass. So speaking of the uniqueness and the diversity here in Pro Open, it just keeps coming. Now we've got Dennis Powell on the old school Kawasaki carbureted draw-through nitrous turbo. He's in the strange lane. And Keith Brown on the world's quickest turbo Harley, a turbocharged Harley Davidson that runs high sixes on gas, using the traditional 45-degree pushrod V-twin. A relatively small motor as well, but he makes it up with boost pressure. Keith's Harley out there at the 8th. It is Keith, and it is going to be Keith all the way. Keith goes 7:33, slows down considerably from his number 8 qualifying time of 7:14. And Dennis Powell, while he did actually run a little quicker than his qualifier, was not going to get past him. Either one of them strong on the reaction time. Here's the quickest normally aspirated bike in the class this weekend. George Bryce and their new rider Corey on a EBR-bodied NHRA spec Pro Stock. They came in here running a 688, bettered it with a 683, and they're out here to gather tuning data and continue to expand their portfolio with this machine. It is stuff that George is used to, but it is a brand new bike with a brand new rider, so collecting and analyzing and interpreting, and of course more than anything, incorporating new data is what these Pro Stock racers are all about. They live life by the thousandth of a second. Beautiful 106, 60-foot time at the 8th mile of 440. Is it a 670? No. 693, but still amazing for a normally aspirated V-twin to go into the sixes on gasoline. Wow. MTC Engineering Super Comp to lanes 3 and 4, please. That's MTC Engineering Super Comp, lanes 3 and 4. MTC Engineering Super Comp to lanes 3 and 4, please. As Pro Open continues, we've now got Mark Ingerson from Upper Sandusky, Ohio, on another one of these V-twin Pro Stock style Harley Davidsons. Of course, it's hard to even call it a Harley at that point. That's that G-squared all-billet motor. They prefer to call that a Buell engine. So we'll run with that. John Bullock unable to make the call. So Mark Ingerson will get a competition single. John Bullock had qualified number 16, but apparently mechanical difficulties prevented him from being able to make the call here in the first round. Mark Ingerson's been as quick as a 708. Ingerson goes 4:54.88, then a 7:18 for the competition single win. Interesting matchup here. I'm not so sure I understand it, but I have said Pro Open is anything goes. So here we have a street bike, ZX14, going up against Mark Rendeluck, the current points leader in the class. Mark Rendeluck no longer has to worry about Charlie Thies or Rob Giard in his points case. But the next bike up is the one he continues to fear in this class. Joey Gladstone, his nemesis in Cooper Performance Pro Open. Right now, Mark Rendeluck's got to get past the ZX14 street bike. Can he do it? Of course he can. Will he do it is the question. Grindelock, 8th mile of 4:26. Stout for that machine. 6:71 with a 0. Almost right on his qualifying time of 6:67. And here comes the man that has something to say about it. Number 1 qualifier in both Pro Open and Pro Street this weekend. The ever-dependable Mr. Mile per Hour himself, Joey Gladstone. Joey has already locked up the number 1 plate in APE Pro Street. And he threatens to do the same here in Cooper Performance Pro Open. The math says that he needs 44 points more than Mark Grindelock gains at this race in order to pass him up in the standings. Not impossible, especially if they were to meet early. I haven't seen the ladder, so I don't know how all that lays out, but I know right now we're going to see the quickest snowboard bike in the world. As it sheds what appears to be a chain guard, it goes 432 to the 8th, 652. Oh, yeah, because his 6:55 qualifying wasn't quick enough. 215 miles per hour, so obviously they have yet to put the power in it. Oh, wow. 6:52 with so much squat off the starting line that the chain guard decided to give up and depart that machine. But I guess if you're going to lose a part out on the racetrack, that's one of the easier ones to let go. Great job there, Team DME. And the championship chase stays alive. Now moving into Shinko WPS Real Street. Jeremy Teasley atop the standings at this time with 296 points. Closely followed, but not too close, by Annabelle Merced. And the way the points look, the only racer that stands between Jeremy Teasley and the championship at this point is Annabelle Merced. Everybody else is too far back to threaten. So here's a man who decided to go real street racing this year for the first time, Ben Knight, from Brock's Performance, the Stupid Fast People. And Roger Starrett in the Strange Lane has been 775, number 2 qualifier. Ben Knight not having a good weekend in real street so far. Would like to change all that right now, but wow, number 2 qualifier, Roger Starrett. It's a tough mission for Ben right now. Ben is in the platinum lane. Roger takes Ben to school on the reaction time and also runs and hides from him on the big end. So while Ben certainly found his quickest pass of the weekend by well over a second, it still wasn't enough to stop Roger Starrett. He runs within 1,000th of a second of his number 2 qualifying effort. So Roger, not easy to get past, certainly not like that. And there's a man who threatens the points leader, Annabelle Merced, in the platinum lane, going up against Troy Jackson. Number 7, Troy Jackson. Number 8, Annabelle Merced. This is a tight race. And Annabelle Merced will not threaten. Jeremy Teasley at this point appears to be our new Shinko WPS Real Street Champion. Jeremy Teasley adding yet another notch to his belt. I believe that means he's won no fewer than 12 championships in his short adult life. 25 years old, already 12 championships. What do you do for an encore? Probably win about 40 more, I think. Outstanding. Now, Drew Lauren and Tom Federici will Quinn had a quicker qualifying time by about 2/10. But right now, that don't mean nothing. Tom Federici got ahead of him at the other end and slowed down just enough to let Tom pass. And Quinn even got the better light, but it did not matter. Tom almost 2/10 on him. I think I hear a supercharger. Ricky Gadsden takes the red light gift from Jamie Lopez. Jamie Lopez came a long way to red light in the first round, but when you're up against Ricky Gadsden, the pressure is high. Jamie here all the way from Statia in the Dutch Caribbean. It just sounds serene. Palm trees, pretty tropical drinks, bright sandy beaches. Let's go. Jamie, can I go home with you? Turbo Johnny Dover in Sarasota, Florida. Perennial heavy hitter here in Real Street. He has number 5 qualifier with a 790. Steve Holmberg in the Platinum Lane has a lot to get done here if he wants to get past Turbo Johnny. And I'll tell you what, he's giving him a fight. A couple tenths behind at the 8th mile, but it was not the runaway I expected. So Johnny Dobrin continues. And once again, it would appear that with Annabelle Merced's red light there, that it's all said and done. Jeremy Teasley will be your Shinko Tires WPS Rio Street champion. Interestingly enough, Joey Gladstone does not make the call. And Ruben Pant dodges said bullet. Joey Gladstone's all-motor Rio Street bike must have experienced a technical hiccup for him to not make the call. I can't remember the last time I saw Joey not make a call. Their machines are always in there. But he did not have any type of points chase aspirations anyway. He wasn't in the top 10. As odd as that is to say about Joey, he just did not pursue Real Street in this organization at hard this year. So Freeman also unable to make the call, which gives our new Shinko WPS Real Street champion an easy competition single. Goes 783. No problem. And he moves on to the next round. Might even come away with a win here this weekend. He's certainly running hard enough to do so. Now we move into Growthis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 class, quickest index class in the history of motorcycle drag racing. And I have the pleasure today of being accompanied by a representative of the Growthis Drag Bikes team. This would be Bradley Growthis. Hey, Brad, how's it going? Well, I'll tell you what, as I've been crowing about all weekend, this, of course, is the 5th anniversary of the inaugural Man Cup race that was held here back in 2010 when a dark cloud had been lifted that threatened motorcycle drag racing when the primary organization in the nation folded up. Those were dark economic times for everybody, and we really did not know where things were going. And 5 years in, I think they've gone really well. I'm glad you agree. And I think most everybody agrees Man Cup racing thrives and continues to grow and raises the bar with every season. And now, here we go in Growthis Drag Bikes Ultra 460. We've got Les Stymack and John Orphanitis. Les Stymack leads the points, 241 points, but not out of reach of Bobby Lovingood or Brunson Growthis.
Yeah, Les has got a great bike that's almost an ex-Pro Mod bike out of the Lindemann Performance QuickTime Motorsports crew. Certainly a stout competitor, and as a number 2 qualifier, looking for big things out of him.
Yeah, Les has been hitting it hard all year. He's attended all 3 races so far, and while Bobby Lovingood had a better performance at the last race, the fact that Bobby's only hit 2 events this year is why he finds himself in a points deficit. Astounding. Orphanitis gets a light but does not get the win. Les Steinbeck runs right on the index. 4:63, equaling his qualifying time of 4:63.
Yeah, what a great run. I really have come to expect nothing less than that crew.
I'm not surprised. They keep raising the bar at every event. John Davis, Papa JD, with that bizarre weekend that Davis Family Racing Camp is having. Travis getting bumped out of Pro Mod for like the first time ever, but still having fun here in Cooper Performance Pro Open. But now it's all about Papa JD going up against Ricky Scott Jr. from Greenbrier, Tennessee. Ricky nails John off the line. It could be over. It is. John goes 470, gets beat by a 471. So while John looked great early on, this was an early out for him, rather unexpected.
Yeah, that's just a great job by Ricky Scott Jr. there. 0-15 on the board. He can get down there, get ahead of him, and play the finish line real nicely, as he did.
So now Durwood Rawlings, Prince Frederick, Maryland. I think that's right outside of the MIR. He's going to get a competition single. Terry Stewart apparently unable to make the call. Nice lap, 468 with a 3. And Terry Stewart, we'll see you next time. Sorry you weren't able to make the first round. But thank you for coming out and racing with us here this weekend. Man Cup, Growth's Drag Bikes, Ultra 460. Next pair up, Joey Gladstone resurfaces yet again. And now in Ultra 460. Joey going up against Brevin Bond. Joey's not been near the index with this bike yet. Fast by Gas prepared machine. Do you know anything about that machine Joey's racing?
I really don't, but Joey, man, is he on all kinds of bikes all the time. You know, as a rider, I got to imagine that's got to be taxing, but with a great crew around him like DME does and his dad, I'm sure they enjoy winning, and that probably makes him want to work that much harder.
Yep, and he's got a great big target painted on his back every time he walks up to the starting line. You know it. Everybody wants to beat Joey Gladstone. And Brevin Bond knows the pressure is on right now. Even though he qualified better, there's no telling when Joey's going to jump up and find that 460 number. So Brevin is going to, this is my prediction, Brevin will try to chop down the tree on Joey and gain an early advantage. Joey appearing to have some trouble with the bike creeping through the bulbs. That's it, Brevin Bond just dodged the bullet. An extremely rare fumble off the line for Joey Gladstone. And where does he go from here? Well, probably to win the other 2 classes he's in.
Yeah, no doubt about that. The Bond Performance crew out of Peoria, Johnny, Brevin's dad, in the water box here now, an ex-NHRA Pro Stock racer. So obviously coming from a racing family myself, love having your dad out there racing. Can't wait till my dad gets back out there racing as well.
And I know what you mean. My son can't wait till his dad gets back out there racing. We're also part of a racing family. And as soon as you mentioned that about Johnny Bond and NHRA Pro Stock, a light bulb went off for me. I knew that name was familiar. So great to see him out here this weekend. And he just got to see his son Brevin beat Skip's son Joey. And talk about a proud, beaming moment for any dad. So now it's going to be Johnny's turn, and it looks like Johnny is going to get another competition single. We've had a lot of 460 bike attrition, it would appear, coming into eliminations here.
Yeah, there's no doubt. This is a fast class. I kind of think it's almost the top gas of today, if you will. Johnny's got a great spot to watch his son win there right from the water box. Great family there, and look for big things out of them. They both went at 470s in qualifying. Bevan obviously just stepped up to a 468. I got to imagine Johnny should go here in the 460s as well this time.
Yeah, you would think so. With a 471 qualifier, he probably knows just what he needs to do to get another half a tenth to a tenth out of it. And, boy, what a gift this time. It doesn't matter what he runs because he's basically running himself. So this is what we like to call a tune-up pass during eliminations. Nothing to fear. There's really nothing he can do except not break the beams that would stop him from advancing to the next round at this time. Oh, wait a minute. Nope. Nope. It's going to be a competition single for Mr. Bond. So Johnny carefully lines the bike up, obviously in no great hurry. Nobody to worry about getting impatient in the other lane. Take all the time you need, Mr. Bond. Wonder if anybody in their family is named James. I couldn't resist. You know I love corn. Look at him go. 004 light, no biggie. And a 484. So, did you see anything on that pass that indicated room for improvement, Brad?
Yeah, right from the get-go, the 117 short time is truly a little slow. If you're going to run 460, your 330-foot time needs to be right around 3 seconds, and there he was 314. So I think out of the gate, maybe he had a little bit of tire spin, but they'll go back and give another go here this next round.
An outstanding opportunity to do so for both members of the Bond family. Moving now into another member of the Grothis family, Brunson Grothis. He's going up against the always formidable Bebe Yarborough. So this is going to be a good race. Bebe qualified just under the 460 index. Brunson Grothis, of course, 473, over a tenth over the index. So the advantage would appear to be Bebe's, but never count out Brunson Grothis, especially in the class that we would call, I don't get to use this term often, eponymously named. I got that one in there. Nice. Grothis Drag Bikes, Brunson Grothis in the Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460. Look at that. Brunson runs right on the number 1.5 hundredths off. 461 with a 5, 043 light. Yeah, he took him to school. It's what he does best, isn't it?
It certainly it is. It definitely is. That's the third 460 bike Brunson's been riding this year. Earlier this year, we tried putting a fuel-injected Hayabusa bike together that we eventually sold to Dogwood Racing. And then our Canadian customer, Jean Gosselin, Brunson rode that bike at an NHDO event and won it there. And now this new Cowie. So it looks like we got a pretty good combination there.
And Wiseco Street Fighter to the lanes, please. Wiseco Street Fighter to the lanes as soon as humanly possible. Wiseco Street Fighter to the lanes. Well, here he is, Bobby Lovingood. Bobby Lovingood threatening Les Stymack for the championship, but with every round that goes by that Stymack stays in, the chances are diminished, and it may be over soon. Yeah, at this point in time, I think Les is the foregone conclusion to win inaugural Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 class. And Bobby takes a nice easy tune-up pass of a 469, so he's still in the game for this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said just a little bit ago, that 330 time needs to be right around 3 seconds there. He was 3 flat with a 6. So he's definitely around the number.
Yep, just like you said, and there's a 108.60 foot time to accompany it, which of course he probably needed that to get that 3 flat. And let's see, so the back half on the 8th mile, I've just started to learn about this terminology. Of course, the 330 to the 660, he is about a 1.69. Yeah, 1.7. So, any more? We're done. That'll be it. Well, Brad, thank you very much for taking the time to come up here and give Give us some good insights into these 460 bikes. I know you guys have been living this class this year, so I appreciate the quality input, and give my best to everybody back there in the pit.
Yeah, I will. Absolutely, Bill. It was a pleasure doing it. You know what? It was so fun, I might even be back up for round 2.
Open invitation, sir. Come on back. Once again, Bradley Grothus from the Grothus Drag Bikes team here this weekend, campaigning and selling down on the Manufacturers Midway. Here we are now in MTC Engineering Super Comp. The age-old class, still so popular today. Now Ron Jernigan in the strange lane. Rafi Santos in the platinum lane. Ron Jernigan, number 6 qualifier with an 892. Ron gets off first by a fair amount. Can he move it to the other end? He can. 896. Right in the 890 range. And even though Rafi Santos goes an 891, he does not overcome that starting line disadvantage. The light remains ever important in all of these index and ET classes. And how many Supercom bikes do we have for your enjoyment this weekend? No less than 64. That's cool when it's right on the elimination rounds number, 64. So that's going to be 6 rounds of competition for Supercomp at this event. And there went... Now comes Jeremy Teasley and Chase Morris. Jeremy Teasley, Columbus, Ohio, you know the name. 12 championships by the age of 25. Outstanding. Chase Morris in the platinum lane takes on the heavy hitter. Jeremy ahead of the corner, but look at that. Chase Morris got him on the light, but could not hang on the other end. Slows to a 943, nowhere near the index. Jeremy Teasley easily coasts to the win. Disappointed as can be as he rolls the beam and draws the red light without even moving. Mike Lukoski can drive it under the index, still take the win, and he does. He goes 885. Tough luck there for John Krakalici. Tough break there for JC. And there we go. Ed Hughes on the very purple machine. CX-10 bodywork. Going up against Bowling Nick. Yep, that's Nick Bowling Jr. up here from Holmes Beach, Florida. Both of these riders very close. Ed Hughes qualified with an 890. Nick Bowden with an 891. Nick gets it off the line, 009. But look at that. Margin of victory, 4 thousandths of a second. That one was a head game at the stripe. You know it was. And Ed Hughes won it. John King is in trouble. Yep. Tony Thurman there goes. 008 on the board. That 008 is hard to cover when you only go in 054. The kiss of death in index racing, getting beat on the tree, and gives a quicker reaction time, all the power at the stripe. So John unable to overcome that early disadvantage. Now I have Rodney Gant in the strange lane and Sherrod Fulgham in the platinum side. Kawasaki versus Kawasaki. Another one of those vintage ZX11 body machines now in the platinum lane. Sherrod qualified number 41, way off the mark with a 945, but Rodney Gant, while closer to the index of the 914, is still not tight. He needs to be on that 8-second pass. So as we take our time lining the bikes up and restarting the bikes and doing all those things we got to do to finish what we started here. Loving that pink starter car, by the way. I'm sure my wife Aubrey likes that too. Something goes wrong. Sherrod Fulgham's day is over early, not even able to make the pass. The bike not cooperating. Rodney Gant gets a competition single. Rodney goes 055 on the bulb. 558 looks like a good 890. 904. So a tenth better than the qualifying time of 914. Rodney's moving in the right direction. Calvin Mason here from Chickasaw, Alabama. Calvin, an 887 in qualifying. So close. Almost identical reaction times, a 30 and a 20 here, so what will happen on the big end? That's what happened. They were both playing the game. It looks like Calvin Mason tried to dump Hank and slowed himself down too much. Hank was all too happy to collect up the win. Now the Platinum Lane has Carlos Guzman from Sturgis, Michigan, and Bill Tamarick in the Strange Lane. Bill's red light is all she wrote. Carlos, your winner. Hey, and Carlos goes 891. He's going to like that, especially since he qualified number 44 with a 983. Talk about finding it at just the right time. A little first-round gift from Bill Tamarick, wrapped up in red paper. Jason Meter and Tim Hunt. Jason, Platinum Lane, cannot get into the 890s, but Tim can. A mere 5,000 separating him in reaction time. It was all about the index at that point. Tim got it done. Tim Tim on the brakes. Jason still what appears to be wide open. So Tim clearly the man in control at the finish line. There goes Carlos DeLima. Carlos is done. Red light start. Mark McCoy's 039 is much more effective. Mark knew he had to win and drove it all the way out the back door, so he knows exactly what he goes wide open throttle right now, and it's an 884. Weather is lovely here at Valdosta today. "72 degrees and sunny." Can you say perfect racing weather? I knew that you could. Dusty Basil and Chad Otts, all-star matchup here. 890 index at its finest. No real advantage off the line, almost identical 330 and 8th mile. Look at that, look at that. Oh, Chad Otts goes 888 with an 8. It breaks out by a hair less. Margin of victory, 16 thousandths of a second. Dusty Brazel got there 4 thousandths of a second before Chad Otts. Nobody knew the win was on that. David Fletcher now, Lawrenceville, Georgia. And Bruce Rogers from Chunchula, Alabama. 4 890s come our way. David goes 061 on the bulb. Runs within half a tenth of the index. Bruce Rogers cannot keep up. Ron Legault, Narragansett, Rhode Island. Now taking on spooky John Markham. John Markham, heavy-duty competitor, runs so many classes out here. John Markham's title hopes stay alive. Ron Legault gives it all up on the tree with a 1:53 reaction time. John Markham is within striking distance of the #1 position. This is one of those classes where really just about anybody in the top 10, depending on the outcome of this race, and with so many rounds in this race, 6 rounds, there can be some real differences in points totals at the end of it all. So basically we've got about a 10-way shot at it here. There went one of them, Scott DeLong. However, Scott DeLong's day is done. Scott DeLong throws an 041 light and inexplicably stays in the throttle all the way down and breaks out. So I'm not quite sure what happened there because he, based on reaction time and James Henson's 906 ET, he was nowhere near Scott DeLong at the end. Sean Welch and Dustin Lee. Sean Welch, 115 light. Dustin Lee, the ever-powerful man, the Banff winner, 91 light. Oh, look at that. Sean runs right on the index and takes out the juggernaut, a champion. The man who could do no wrong this year gets denied early at Super Comp. So Dustin Lee out of the running. Kizimano out here doing his thing in Super Cup. And he does it so well. Throws the 030 light, only has to go on 903, way out of the gas with a mile per hour in the eighth, equivalent to his mile per hour in the quarter. So you know what happened at the stripe. Dan said, all mine. Randy Smith on an 1150 Suzuki. Now here is a battle of the reaction times. Randy went 001. Spencer went 006. Randy goes 890 with a 5. Look at that. That is a 6,000ths package. 6,000ths package there for Randy Smith. That is by far the strongest performance I've seen in Super Comp all weekend and maybe all weekend in general. 6,000ths package. Outstanding work there for Randy Smith from Macon, Georgia. There goes Gerard Bichette from Cayenne in the French Guiana, and he wins. Look at that. Megan throws a 001 light and drives herself out the back door under the index. Ouch. So Gerard is more than happy to take advantage of that mistake. Goes 895 on an 076 light. Certainly a very respectable showing, but Megan's not going to be happy with that one. Identical reaction times here with Todd and Kiera. Todd Marchman gets taken out by Kiera Lopez. Wow, Kiera Lopez runs 891. Todd Marchman goes under the index in his effort to try and beat her. Woo! And it looks like they were both wide open throttle all the way to the end. Apparently Todd was. Tough loss there for Todd Marchman. Wade Smith in the standings for sure, number 7. Threatening to take it from Ron Arnold. Wade is done. Wade goes 014 red. And Rick Eaton will collect the win. Will he drive underneath the index? Not even close. Kevin Adams and Angel Lopez. I'm going to guess that's an Angel of the male variety. Angel gets a little air underneath that Busa front tire. That could be a problem when you run 890s on a street bike. There's no room for that, and sure enough, Kevin Adams, 899 for the win. Puerto Rico, hopping and banging, popping and bucking all the way down there in the 330-foot range. Can he make it happen? He does. 909. Johnny Bailey up here from Rockledge, Florida, cannot put together an 890 pass. And there's Brandy's knight in shining armor. Ben Knight. Beaver Creek, Ohio, going up against Barry Dreyer Sr. Both great reaction times. And Ben behind, but he can grab him at the other end. He does not. Oh, yeah. Ben's bike just does not make the move off the starting line that he needed. And there just wasn't enough racetrack to make up the difference. So Barry Dreyer out of the gas goes 905 for the win. Now Steve Cormier and Gary Russell. Gary Russell, the sometimes Florida resident. He's got the life. He winters up north and he winters in Florida and he summers up north. And apparently Steve Cormier left before the tree was activated or something. He must have red lit by a mile, but he really wasn't that far ahead of Gary. So I don't know what happened there, but I do know this. Gary is the winner. Lee Brown and Ronnie Woodell Jr. Lee Brown gets about half a tenth on Ronnie. Ronnie can make it up on the other end, and it has to go under the index by 9,000ths of a second in his attempt to get ahead and stay ahead of Boo. A little too much. Lee Brown, your winner. There he is, the man on top of the points. Ron Arnold going up against Eric Hutton. Ron Arnold kicking ass all year, but Eric Hutton throws a 007 light on him. Ron could be in trouble. He is. Ron Arnold goes out first round, and the stage is set for another champion to take his place. It's all over. Ron Arnold will not be our champion this year. Wow, what an unexpected turn of events. Eric Hutton threw a 007 light on him, and they both broke out by thousandths of a second. An exciting drag race to watch for everybody but Ron Arnold and his wife. So sorry. I think his wife happens to be here with me right now. Would that be the case? Oh, my. Yes, Heidi Arnold is right next to me as I rave about how Ron's done. Sorry about that, Heidi. Okay. I'm going to stop before I get in any more trouble. Ron Arnold, so sorry to see that. Great season, so many ways, except for the last race of the year. Oh, now I'm blushing. They got me. Got me good. All right, Kevin Bradley in the strange lane. We are now in Street Fighter competition. Roscoe Street Fighter, the 950 index. Big difference between this and Super Comp is we won't see any slicks or wheelie bars. This class is all about the street tire. Charlie Toombs goes 978 and can win with that. Kevin Bradley, although he's well out of the gas too, was nowhere near the index. Robert Parker parlays the improved reaction time over Kevin Hag into a win. 9:55 on a 9:50 index. All of these bikes are street tire bikes, mildly modified from stock, because that's all you really need to do to go 950s with a modern sport bike. And at this time, I'd like to call Star Racing Top Gas and Fast by Gas Super Eliminator to the lanes, please. Star Racing Top Gas and Fast by Gas Super Eliminator. Keep your eye on the run order, folks, because you know where you fall in compared to the other classes. Run orders are all stated on the schedule sheet you were handed when you signed up. So this is another way you can keep track of when your class is coming, by virtue of when the other classes have been called. We always use the same patterns, with very rare exception. Tommy Evans goes 185 on the light. Is that a problem? Sure is. Robert Meeks 128, while nowhere near awesome, was enough to cover that 185, even though Tommy Evans went a 956, a little quicker. Robert Meeks 958. Meeks out of the throttle on the big end for the win. Eddie Doherty is up a 10.5 on the light. Wes Brown nails it. Eddie all under that index, trying to undo the damage he did to himself off the starting line. It was all over very early. Wes Brown the winner. Dave Page in a racer that they showed as Stanley Russell, but boy, it just did not look like Stanley to me in the Platinum Lane. Stanley for the win, though. Dave Page only able to manage a 1042 on the 950 index, something not at all good for him. Okay, now Ted Harvey III is going to take on David Roman. David Roman's here from Cape Coral, Florida. He is your number 37 qualifier, the 1028. Ted Harvey looking much better, number 12 with a 956. Ted Harvey has this all over. David Roman beating him by almost 3/10 on the light. Ted does what you expect him to do on the big end, and he gets out of the throttle hard. 006 reaction time for Ted Harvey. Pretty brutal, pretty deadly. Bike number 15 in the Platinum Lane. A new entry as of today, so apparently not on file, like you said. Going up against Jeff Hall. Jeff Hall from Mario. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. That's Keith Bobo in the Platinum Lane from St. Louis, Missouri. He was a number 18 qualifier. Jeff Hall way back at number 45 with a 9:45. Keith Bobo appears to bog it off the line, but it doesn't matter. Jeff Hall went 009 red, so Keith takes it easily. Danny Miller here from Elizabethtown, Kentucky, and Scott Claycomb, Gates, North Carolina. Scott in the Platinum Lane gets out first by about half a tenth. Scott had it all the way through, closer to the index, closer on the light. Northport, Florida brings us Tommy Elliott in the strange lane. And in the platinum lane, apparently, yes, that looks like Stanley Russell to me right there. I think that's Stanley Russell. I might have some things switched up here in the computer. Stanley goes a sleepy 109 reaction time, but Tommy Elliott, even more tired, goes a 157. Somehow, though, Tommy Elliott with a 157 light gets past Stanley. 13 thousandths margin of victory, 971 for the win. Unexpected. Chris rolls. Terry Singleton. Chris rolls. Good work there for Chris. Goes at 50 around the 50. Gave up 100th on the light, but obviously made it up at the stripe. Terry gets out of the throttle way too hard. Stephen Knight there, stage deep. Put an 035 bulb as a result. Tim Patrick over 10 behind. Cannot keep up without breaking out. Stephen Knight, 959 on to 950. A problem. Bebe Yarbrough just threw a 007 light up against Joe. How about that? However, Joe goes 956. Bebe, somewhere down the line, had a problem he couldn't overcome. Goes 976. Ice Coast Street Fighter continues now with Barry Purnell and Mike Murphy. Either one of them impressive off the light, almost identical though. A couple hundreds separating. Barry Purnell, 959 on the 950. Way better than his qualifying effort of 988, so he'll enjoy that. Mike Murphy runs almost identical number to his qualifying time, but 965. Not going to get you too far today in Wise Coast Street Fighter. Michael Mann and Dwayne Schmidt are here doing battle. Wise Coast Street Fighter. Michael Mann puts up a 188 light. That's all it took for Dwayne Schmidt to convert.
Scott Clayton having some problems right there at Tower Side. Rocky Ward picking up the win right there out of Columbus, Ohio. Stick, 962, 950 index. Is this mic working? Yes, indeed, I believe it is. Kevin Bradley coming up over there in the Range Lane, taking on Doug Gall here in the lane. Doug Gall off the rail start, 038 for Kevin Bradley. The number 22 qualifier right there getting it done. Kevin Bradley going to get down and take the win, goes 9:58 on the 9:50 index. Takes the win, goes to the next round. Doug Gall out with a red light start there. Justin Lee coming up over there in the strange lane out of Morristown, Tennessee. Super Eliminator to the lanes, please. Super Eliminator to the lanes, please. Super Eliminator to the lanes, please. Justin Lee getting it done right there. Tower side. Stacy Coleman off the line first, looking good down at the big end, see if he can get it done. He does. 9:55 off the 9:50 index. Stacy going to the next round. And Dustin Lee breaking out. He goes 5 under the index at 9:45. Greg Stanton coming up in the strange lane over there. Out of Bartlett, Tennessee, taking on Wade Smith here in the platinum lane out of Dudley, Georgia. Wade Smith off with a red light start. Going to give Greg Stanton the automatic win over there in the strange lane. Guess that goes 8:86. Wow. Big breakout there. He's in a big hurry to get there. Well, he like Bill, the man getting it done, wasn't he? 8:86 on the run on a 9:50 index. That's getting it done, right? Yes. Yes, indeed. 005. Bad way to go out for Wade. Don Spooky Markham coming up over there in the strange lane out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. Taking on Kevin Adams here in the platinum lane out of Brunswick, Ohio. Wow, off and running. Spooky off the line first right there. Let's see if he can hang on down at the big end, run the index, pick up the win right here. Spooky charging hard down to the big end, picks up the win, goes 63 on the 50 index, picks up the win right there. Kevin Adams closer to the index with a 52 and got beat on the hole shot there. Curtis Wood coming up over there in the strange lane out of Claremont, North Carolina. Taking on Barry Fryer Sr. right here in the power side. Platinum lane out of Chesapeake, Virginia. Off and running. Barry Fryer off the line first. Looking good about half track down there. Out front charging hard. Let's see if he can go. He picks up the win, 960 off the 950 index. Good shot right there. Otis a little bit closer to the index. He was 54 off the 50 and got beat on the hole shot by Barry. Timmy Davis coming up over there in the strange lane out of Douglas, Georgia. Taking on Will Farrah Torres here in the platinum lane out of Orlando, Florida. And Street Fighter on the 950 index, off and running. Left start line pretty close together, and Timmy Davis having problems right off the start line. Will Farrah out front charging hard. He gets down to the big end, goes 984, picking up the win right there. Timmy Davis slow rolling down the left lane. I believe he'll make it all the way down to make the turnoff road. Having problems right off the start line for Timmy. Ron Arnold coming up over there in the strange lane out of Bowling Green, Kentucky, taking on Stanley Russell. Big stand over in the platinum lane out of Gray, Georgia. Let's see if Stanley can get the job done right here. Rolling up in there. Yeah, you better get in there. Here we go. Oh, man, running left, right together on the start line. Ron Arnold with just a little bit of a head start right there. Not much. They're pretty close together on the start line. And they both break out. Stanley Russell breaking out in the lead, picks up the win. Stanley goes 9:35.7. Ron Arnold goes 9:35.6. So Stanley Russell takes the win and goes to the next round. Gary Russell coming up over there in the strange lane on his ZX14, number 3 qualifier. This is our final fight right here in the Street Fighter class. There we go, off and running. Good shot on the tree right there. Good 018 reaction time there for Gary. Looking for that 950 index. Can he get it done? He goes 942, a little bit quick, 8 under. He's going to the next round.
Star Racing Top Gas in the water. First pair, John Loney and Joe Lemons. And pros, of course, will be out after this round of sportsmen for your second round of eliminations. You will immediately follow the sportsmen. We are going to bring out all the pros this time. We want to get you out on that track while it's still awesome. Not that it won't be later, but we're just hedging our bets. So all pros will be up after this round of sportsmen, which is to say you will follow Crazy Eights. The pro run order will start with Pingle Top Fuel, continue into Hawaii Pro Fuel, and the usual top-down order from there. Star Racing, Top Gas. Motorcycles this weekend in Star Racing Top Gas. 6 rounds of competition. Wow. And John Loney is out early, has to do the pushback. Never something we like to see on race day. Joe Lemons takes the win. Another tight points chase here in Star Racing Top Gas. Just about any of the top 5 or 6 contenders will take it. Lou Brown on top right now with 235 points. On Centron chops down the tree and Wade Cherry. Wade goes right on the index and says enough of that nonsense. Ron throws away a 009 light. Margin of victory tight, 12 thousandths of a second for Wade Cherry. Let's get this right. Anthony Zabukovic. Yes, Anthony Zabukovic going up against Logan Papel. Logan not able to make the pass. Another pushback. And Tony Zabukovic moves on out. 018 light. 528 mile. 817 with a 2. I think we're going to see a lot more of Anthony today. So right now we're in Star Racing Top Gas, our fastest quarter mile index. All right, doing a little cleanup on the line. Apparently the bike emitted fluids. Never a good thing. All right. One more time for Pass by Gas Super Eliminator and Worldwide Bearing Crazy Eights. Need you to the lanes, please. That's Fast by Gas, Super Eliminator, and Worldwide Bearings Crazy Eights. John Civitaris, Kawasaki rider, ZX10 in the strange lane, and Tommy Saxon, Suzuki rider, in the platinum lane. Tommy, our number 3 qualifier, one of many to go 820s this weekend, 820 that is. I think we saw about 7 or 8 of them yesterday. Strong field here in Star Racing Top Gas. 58 machines. Tommy with a slight edge off the line. Can John do what he has to do with the stripe? He does not. John goes under by 6 thousandths. 10 thousandths. 30 thousandths margin of victory. Close racing here. Machines from all over the country. That was Massachusetts versus a local boy from Georgia. And Craig Adams. Billy in trouble early, throws a 184 light. Craig Adams smacks him with an 044. That's it. Craig Adams, 827, forces Billy deep under the index, 810. And Billy was one of our 8 riders that went 8-2 with a 0. So sometimes it happens quickly. Hey, there's Fast House. Jeff House taking on Bob Mann. I'm serious. Sam Hurwitz, 831. He throws an 015 light. He goes 831 and cannot do it. Now, wait a minute. He just walked right up and did it. Bill's up here showing us how to use the equipment. He's got the touch. Touched. One or the other. All right now. Mike Conopacky comes all the way down from Canada to kick all known forms of American butt. Hampton, Ontario, the Canadian assassin. Mike does not get a starting line advantage. Chris Dodson throws an almost identical light. Oh, and look at them play on the big end. Chris well into it, but Mike well out of it. Mike wins the mind game at the stripe with an 824. Tom Ivy back again on that red Hayabusa from Southwest Ranches, Florida. And country singer George Jones in the platinum lane. George's number 17 qualifying experience is an 824. Tom Ivy went all the way to the number 11 spot with an 821. So Tom, very effective here in Top Gas on his Hayabusa street bike. We see more and more of that these days. So Tom Ivy on the street bike, that's a little bit of a starting line disadvantage, and it's over. George Jones gets past him. George goes a little slower, but that 023 light really made it happen. Rob Legault back again against Joe Deck. Joe Deck is here from Morning View, Kentucky. They both throw 040 lights. This could be interesting. Ooh, look at that double breakout. What a mind game. in and out the throttle, but only one can win. Look at that. Bob Legault got there first by 5 thousandths of a second. Margin of victory on this pass, 11 thousandths. Man, this is tight racing out here today at the Van Hill Garage. World Finals, presented by Kibblewhite Machining. Now Mike Lingo and Mike Wagner. Mike Lingo chops the tree down on Mike Wagner. Mike Lingo's 0-15, a very sweet piece to have going forward, but you got to at least get near the index to take advantage of a good light, and Mike Lingo fails to do so. Currently 72 degrees and sunny here at Valdosta. Howell's bike is struggling. And we've got a staffer out there looking to see if he's missing some parts. Apparently he is. So Mark Howell's crewman, when you get back to the pit and you notice some parts are missing off the bike, we found him on the racetrack. Chad Otts for the win, 8:41. Tim Gainey, your winner, takes out Billy Warren Jr. And Tim manages to do it with a slower light. He threw an 0.38. Billy Warren's 0.20, not enough for a win on that 8:59. Top Gas Turbo Goes an 042 light, but Jim Chongers ahead of him in 034. Kenny D makes it happen. And he goes 830 for the win. Jim Chongers, 833, a little too slow. So Kenny having a good weekend. Of course, he qualified with an 821. Now Johnny Bailey Jr. with those magnificent burnouts. Man, this guy hates tires. I love that stuff. Todd Small in the strange lane. Johnny is a number 15 qualifier with an 822. Todd Small struggled in qualifying, couldn't get better than an 884. And I can tell you from here, I'm thinking Todd's middle name might be 8. That is a big guy. Love seeing the big guys out here racing drag bikes. Yeah, Todd Small, he looks like about 3 or 4 Kim Morells. Well, I'll tell you what, he's got that little 1150 hooking up, though. And he's all over that thing. Look at that. Goes 011 light. Oh, man, I was going to cry if he didn't win that one. It looked good. 826 for the win. Todd Small. 011 light. Johnny Bailey Jr. breaks out. Cannot hold off the charge of the small man. Tom Galligan and Carlos Guzman. Tom, oh man, look at that. Carlos Guzman hits the index on the head. Guzman, beautiful work. Tom can't hang. Guzman throws an 038 light and 820. Tom's 070. Not going to happen. There goes Boo Brown all over the Star Racing Top Gas standings. And another upset as a points leader is eliminated early on. Boo Brown red lights away his chance at the Star Racing Top Gas Championship. Oh, it's going to be a sad day in the Boo Brown pit. Now Ron Morris, Jeff Jones, Joe Lemons, and Ricardo Vilarte have a chance to pass him up. And it's just about a given with as many rounds as we're going to see. If ever Boo Brown picked a bad time to go out first round, it was this one. Mike Moore Jr. just destroyed Hank Ackerman in the light. Oh, man. Mike Moore cannot make an 820 pass. Goes 1093. Hank Ackerman looks around and goes, I am all alone. Goes way out of the throttle. Wins with an 861. Obviously, some type of mechanical difficulty for Mr. Moore. Much to his disappointment, it's already Miller time for Mike Moore. Chase Morris and Darrell Perkins. Chase is here from Madison, Tennessee. He was a number 57 qualifier, struggling to find the index, whereas Daryl Perkins in the strange lane was on the index. He went 8:20 to the number 7 spot. Darrell gets a good light, but the bike gets away from him. Darrell through a 009. Stout reaction time. The bike appears to slip and slide and get his attention. And he did the smartest thing one can under those circumstances. Decided he wanted to race another day. Sometimes it's just time to let off. Ron Jernigan, Star Racing, top gas. Big dog just absolutely intimidates John Schwartz off the line, causes him the red light. That's all she wrote. But Schwartz is going to trailer that beautiful machine early this time. Always. Garrett Pee Wee Carter, Whitman, Georgia. Here's a man who's run this track a million times or so. Smoking Joe Rodney from Clarksville, Tennessee. Oh, Garrett! Garrett throws a 274 light. It's like he wasn't even paying attention. Oh, look at that. Garrett woke up on the right side of the racetrack this morning. Throws a 274 light. Goes 8:30 in Star Racing Top Gas and wins. That is what we call a gift. Oh, dear. Chris Harvey shuts it off. There must be a big, oh no, Chris Harvey's getting off the bike. I'm thinking it's over for Chris Harvey in Top Gas. So early the bike did not apparently go into gear. Some problem that he knew just wasn't going to fix itself, so he shut it off. And so Kelvin Bradley gets a gimme. Competition single coming in here for Kelvin Bradley. Kelvin decides to take a tour of the left side of the racetrack. Wanted to make sure he knew how that wall looked, and he got a pretty good look. Decides to pedal it and going 870 on that single. Probably a good idea. And another one of the heavy hitters out early. Chris Harvey. Done. Coming up, Ronnie Woodall Sr. and Charles Mackey. Charles Mackey here from Paducah, Kentucky. Needs a restart. They look like they're struggling a bit. Oh, here's another starter. Oh, we got starters. Here, try mine, try mine. Oh, boy. Ronnie Woodall patiently awaits his competition's arrival. Starter eyeballing Charles Mackey in a not friendly way. And we get the message. It's over. Ronnie gets a single now. Ronnie doesn't play. Throws an 029 light. Out the back door he goes. 8:15 with an 8. About 4 thousandths in the bag there. Excuse me, 400ths. Decimals do count. Now here's Ted Harvey the third. I wonder if there'll be a fourth. Chester Lee is in the Platinum Lane, Spring Hill, Tennessee. Both of these racers qualified about the same, with runs in the 8:30 range. So while they're not at the top of the class, they're not too far back. This should be a good drag race. Yeah, off the line, it's anybody's race. At the 8th mile, they're almost identical. This is going to be a good one at the stripe. Oh, boy. Something went really wrong for Ted Harvey on the back half. Was only able to manage an 8:50. Chester Lee out of the gas, 8:29. Now in the upcoming pro round, I'd like to point out that we have 2 B classes running this weekend, and if you're in the B class, you know who you are. You're in the B class in either Pro Street or you're in the B class in Pro Mod. We're running B classes for both. These B classes are sponsored, of course, by Webcam. So if you are in the Webcam B class or Pro Street, you're going to need to come up with the APE Pro Streeters in the A class, because we're going to run you right behind them. If you're in the Webcam B class for Pro Mod, you also need to come up with the remainder or the rest of the Falicon Pro Mod bikes, because we'll run you behind them. So one more time. If you are in one of the B classes in either Pro Street or Pro Mod, they're both sponsored by Webcam, you need to come up with the regular A class in APE Pro Street and Falicon Pro Mod, as we're going to run you right behind them. So it looks like in the meantime, we're going to run us a whole bunch of ET bikes. And as we run around of ET, I think I'm going to hand over the mic to the very capable Hill. We're down in ET. Super Eliminator coming right up. How many classes can we have? All of them. This is Fast Bike Gas Super Eliminator, run occasionally at the more premier races. John Loney throws the red eye. Rafi Santos, your winner. Super Eliminator is where we're running off of indexes that are determined by the national records for the classes. So it's kind of unique. We haven't seen this style racing at the national event level for years, really. So here it's like ET racing, except your dial-in is based on a national record for your particular style of motorcycle. So we get into all different style configurations here. Street bikes, drag bikes, 2-strokes, 4-strokes. And every single combination has a potential national record. What's really cool about it is if you're the first one to run your style of motorcycle in this class, your national record will be whatever you want. Spencer Claycomb has to dial in another 5 seconds to catch John Markham. Look at that, the quicker bike wins. With about 35 more miles an hour at the other end. Clay Barnett now and Aaron Cunningham. Aaron Cunningham, 72 Kawasaki in the Platinum Lane. Almost a heads-up race. No advantage on the reaction time. But they're going to drive them all the way out the back door. 9:04 for the win. Good nostalgia here. 74 Kawasaki 750 H2 with that vintage spoked front wheel. I want that. My first drag bikes had spoked front wheels. I know, you think my first drag bikes had wooden front wheels. Never mind all that. Scott Allen and Garrett Wood. Scott with a minor edge in reaction time. Both of them running in the low 9s for the index. And Scott runs way closer to his. Garrett slows down like crazy. Up here from Lake Chapala, Mexico, Garrett Wood. There's Sean Phipps from Suntan Valley, Arizona. Sean Phipps dials throws a 348 bulb. This could be troublesome for him. Yeah, it sure is. Poor Sean. Done early today in Super Eliminator. Spencer Greer goes 908 on his 898 dial. But he had about a quarter-second advantage off the line over Sean, so that was that. And apparently Sean Phipps left a little bit of juice on the track. I saw him getting into it down track. I don't know, guys, you should probably look down track a little bit too, because I saw him sliding around about the 330 and 8th mile as well. Whatever his leaking got on his back tire, and it was slip sliding away. So while we do a little bit of track cleanup, I'd like to remind you to head on down to the Manufacturers Midway all weekend long. Meet with the biggest, bestest manufacturers in the business. You know they're here. This is a Manufacturers Cup, after all. Old Midway full of mechanical, racing, and high-performance delights for your consideration. Be sure to stop by the Manufacturers Cup registration trailer for T-shirts. We've got 2 different styles of T-shirts available this weekend. One, of course, commemorates this race, the Man Hill Garage World Finals, brought to us by White Precision Machining. And the other T-shirt down there is designed to help benefit Larry the Spider-Man McBride in his quest to rebuild Blue, perhaps the most famous drag racing motorcycle in history. Of course, Blue is the one who set that first 5-second pass way back in 1999. Hard to believe it's been 16 years. So funding from that T-shirt will be used to help rebuild Blue to return her to her former glory before she is finally set aside as the McBrides continue their quest to get their new bike out on the track and into the performance zone only occupied by Blue at this time. So Larry the Spider-Man McBride will be signing T-shirts this weekend. But your opportunity to have an autograph from the sport's arguably most famous drag racer ever, Larry the Spider-Man McBride. Larry is part of an unfolding drama here in Pingle Top Fuel this weekend, for as Larry, due to the absence of Blue, was not able to compete this weekend, the door has been opened for one other Top Fuel racer to possibly pass up Larry for the championship. Unprecedented circumstances here. And, of course, that racer is our very own Chris Hand, the Redneck Express man, another lifelong fuel racer who, like so many, has dreamed of a national championship, but it has eluded him. Opportunity knocks at interesting times, and this is one of them. Chris Hand, if he can win this race, will surpass Larry Spider-Man McBride in the point standings and will claim his first ever world championship in Top Fuel. Pingle Top Fuel, as it were. And if you attended or watched our earlier opening ceremony, you saw where we presented Wayne and Donna Pingle with their Lifetime Career Achievement Award for everything they've done for so many years for Top Fuel drag bike racing and for just drag bikes in general. Wayne and Donna Pingle here this weekend, drinking in the love. Make sure if you see them to say hi. So it appeared Mr. Sean Phipps put a little bit of coolant down on the track. It happens. Saw him slipping and sliding and trying to keep that bike upright at the 8th mile. And fortunately, he prevailed, but not before dumping goo all over our racetrack. So while we work on fixing that, let's take care of some other business. Sponsors who helped get our MotorManiaTV.com connection this weekend, to whom we are very grateful, include DragBike.com, Motorcycle Performance Specialties, also known as MPS, Schmitz Racing, Bob Bush Motorsports, and, of course, our event sponsor and co-sponsor, Man Hill Garage, and White Machining. Thank you very much to these 6 outstanding companies who pulled together to get the MotorManiaTV.com feed going again. And I'm going to have to get a count from our producer, Jack, as to just how many unique views we are up to. Our idea is to, our objective, our aspiration is to exceed 100,000 views this weekend. And I think it's bound to happen. And I've got a message here from the drag racing lawyer, Ken Schwartz, who says he's stuck at the Apple Store in St. Louis watching the race on live stream. And he'd like to give a shout out to all of his Top Gas competitors and extend his regrets for not being able to be here this weekend. And anybody who's anybody wants to be here this weekend, so you know Mr. Schwartz is bumming it bad. So be nice to him, be gentle to him. Don't give him too much, you-know-what about not being able to come here. He already feels bad enough. We're about 2 to 3 minutes away from being able to continue, just so everybody knows. So if you're sitting there in the water, patiently awaiting your chance to make your pass, it's almost there. About 2-3 minutes away at this point. I'm going to send Jack, our producer, a message here and just see how many unique views we are up to so far on the live feed. Record turnouts in so many classes this weekend. We had 64 bikes in MTC Super Comp, 58 in Star Racing Top Gas, and same story with all the other classes. As it's a 3:45, and as we've had our share of delays with track cleanup and etc., it's going to be a long day. But it is what it is, so everybody do what you can to help expedite. Your cooperation is important. We'll do what we can. So we've got about 500 Crazy Eights bikes here to run. Okay, I'm exaggerating a little bit. We've got a lot of Crazy Eights bikes here to run, and then we'll go into our pro round. Eliminations number 2, starting off with Pingle Top Fuel. So Pingle Top Fuel bikes will lead you up here in what appears to be about 20 minutes. They'll be followed by the remainder of the pro classes in the top-down order, which will include the webcam-sponsored B classes for both Pro Mod and Pro Street. So you B class members, keep your ear open when we call APE Pro Street and Falicon Pro Mod. That's your cue too, because we're going to bring out the B classes right behind the A classes. It's going to look seamless. I'll even have to tell the people on TV when we hit the difference. Back into Super Eliminator action now, brought to us by Fast by Gas. Eric Barnett on that beautiful dreadlock-equipped gold and black Hayabusa. Taking on Jim Chongris. Eric Barnett's going to get about a 4/10 head start, and then comes Jim Chongris to go get him. Jim Chongris dials 836. Eric Barnett 879. Eric could be in trouble. Jim's got a nice 024 light. Eric makes it happen. Jim Chongris 2/10 off his dial-in. Cannot hang with the Dreadman. Next up is Rick Steinert and Keith Brennan. Keith is here from Lexington, South Carolina, and Rick Steinert all the way from Rochester Hills, Michigan, just outside of Detroit, Motor City. Keith Brennan gives chase. Both of them throw bad lights, 269 and 293. Keith runs just 4,000s off his, or 400s off his index, the national index for his class. So very competitive. That's right, it's chainsaws on acid. The mighty two-strokes from a bygone era back on the track for our oil-burning pleasure here this weekend. Unique two-stroke here in the Platinum Lane. That's the Suzuki Water Buffalo engine. Certainly one of the least drag-raced two-stroke motors ever. But Kevin Hutchinson has it figured out. Joe Mejia gives chase. Another case of sleepy, sleepy lights. 343 for Joe, 243 for Kevin. That one was all Kevin, all the way. Finally, we get a decent reaction time here. Steve Chandler goes 0.63. Ron Johnson's 2.79. Way out of the ballpark. Steve Chandler, 9.54 and a 9.31 dial. Fun stuff in Super Eliminator here. Next bikes up. Boy, do these take me back. Look at that. Paul Gast up here in the tower. As we're both wax nostalgic for a what I thought was a forgotten era. I mean, this is like a time machine here, Paul. So this bike in the right lane, Paul, do you know this one? Do you know the history behind it? I mean, it looks like a fast by gas machine all the way through.
Yeah, it sure looks like one of our old bikes. Actually, it could be one of my old bikes, more I think about it. I'm getting a little excited up here watching these things. A lot of memories and reminiscing right now. I'm loving it.
Yeah, I'll bet you are. I mean, even I'm seeing these because, of course, when I first got started in the mid-'80s, these were all over the place, too. I mean, I would say at least, tell me if I'm wrong, tell me if I remember incorrectly, a third of the drag bikes back then that we'd see at national events were two-strokes. Am I right?
Yeah, for sure, a quarter of them. Yeah, there was a lot of them. They used to call them the clones in tech because we used to build so many of them that were pretty much the same. I owe a lot to Dave Schultz for that. He's the one who wrote our stuff and got it out there. And, you know, we did it too, but he's the one who really showed off how fast the stuff could go. He used to go 850s back in, I don't even know, 1980. So it was a lot of fun.
It really was. Lightweight, super efficient machines, and even though I was a four-stroke turbo guy, I paid a lot of attention to these things because they were just so damn effective, so light, so quick, so powerful, so flamboyant with their noisy expansion chambers. And I've heard you tell stories of 923 and a 961. There you go, the win for Gary Seeley. And I've heard you tell stories of making metal chips, porting these things out for just like weeks on end. Am I right?
Oh, yeah. Well, I used to do all the porting in Fast by Gas in the 70s and probably well into the 80s. I was really happy the day I got rid of that chore. That's a lot of work, and I had so many slivers in my fingers and eyes, it was crazy. But I'll tell you, it was still a worthwhile time frame. It was the initiation of Fast by Gas, and we kind of build our company on that.
Yeah, and it's important to remember your roots. You got to keep in mind, you know, what got us where we are today. And, yeah, you definitely dominated that whole two-stroke thing. But I would like to say, you know, not to just praise you endlessly, but you did a pretty good transition into the four-stroke world.
Yeah, we did. That was also a long, gradual thing. I wanted to make sure before I sold any parts that I knew what the heck I was doing with them. And so we built my own stuff, and we had some success after a year or two. And then we started marketing parts, and now it's going really, really good. That's a wild bike right there in the left lane coming out.
Yeah, what do we got here? Okay, now I love when I see this, where they've put the H2 motors in what I would call a modern chassis. And is this the record holder for this configuration at this time?
Oh, I would say it has to be. This thing is simply badass. This kid here could ride a camel fast. I'm just telling you, this guy is an A1 rider all the way top to bottom. His builder, Bill Baxter, awesome, knows everything about this thing. And you can tell it just by looking at it. It's pro, and it is way more modern. You notice the motor's much further forward than the old school bikes like we used to build. And now when the power's up, that helps a lot. He's fixing to put a pretty good number up here. Watch this.
Well, of course, he is a number one qualifier. He's running off of an index of 801, so just a shade out of the 7-second range on 800 cc's of two-stroke power. Alex Hughes, your number one qualifier in Fast by Gas Super Eliminator. At the 8th, it's a 508. On the big end, 820 with an 8. A great top gas bike, but it's an amazing two-stroke machine. And you mentioned, of course, the late, great Dave Schultz. And interesting thing that is in the cards right now, of course, is the fact that his NHRA record of 5 championships may be about to be matched, I think, by Mr. Hines. Am I correct?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Hines is going to end up getting that record here. I mean, he's still a young guy, and he's a tremendous rider. Him and Eddie Kralick, when people call me and say, I was taught this, I was taught that, I learned this, I watched this, I watched that, I tell them, here, as simple as this. Watch the 2 Harley riders, the best out there. Their technique is impeccable. Both guys deserve all the credit for as good as they're doing in their records. And yeah, they're going to both probably eclipse Dave's deal. Hey, if Dave Schultz was still around, he'd have some more of those. Trust me, there was no one better in history.
Really wasn't. And I mean, talk about making a perfect transition from 2 strokes to 4 strokes. Dave Schultz, didn't Dave win a Pro Stock championship on a 2-stroke bike back in the day?
Yeah, he won some races. He didn't actually win the championship, maybe like an IDBA one or something, I suppose. But Dave had one thing that was really unique about him, and we really hit it off good. When I was saying, hey, I think I want to try something, he says, what are you waiting for?
There you go. Why wait? Because if you don't do it, somebody else will. Absolutely. So, once again, that's Paul Gass from Fast by Gas up here hanging out with us during Super Eliminator. And, of course, there's the thing I like about Super Eliminator. It's something for everybody. And this is the class that I first got my start with back in the day, in the motorcycle drag racing early days, back in those mid-1980s. Super Eliminator was my class of choice. I ran what was called a AA modified turbo, which basically meant big motor, short wheelbase, scary. Oh, man. Yeah, I ran a Kawasaki Z1 chassis with 6 inches of arm and no rake. Wow, was that a trial by fire. Loved every scary minute of it, though. Okay. Okay, racers, we got lane 7. Thank you very much, Paul Gass, Fast by Gas. So, racers, I've got lane 7 polluted, clogged, and just otherwise jammed with support equipment. I see starter carts, I see mini bikes, I see coolers, barbecues, abandoned pets. All right, I'm exaggerating, but everything that's in lane 7 has to go. It is blocking our pro fuel class from having a place to run out of the lane. So if you've got extra auxiliary equipment in lane 7, it's got to get out of there right away. We got to make room for the pros, because here they come. They will be up after Crazy 8s. And I'm going to continue to ask everybody for their cooperation and attention as we get this whole race in. There's way too many of us to have any delays due to people just not making the calls. So watch the schedules, watch what's going on in the staging lanes. Listen to me as closely as you can. I know the PA can't be heard everywhere in the pits. Keep in mind, we can also do 89.7 on the FM dial. And there goes Ryan Cherry doing his 750s on the junior dragster. Excuse me, the junior drag bike. Pretty consistent 750 performer. And that bike actually leads pretty hard, a 160 60-foot time. Nothing to sneeze at for a tiny little drag bike like that. So once again, if you've got stuff in lane 7 or 8, it's got to go. It's got to go. Take your starter carts and your scooters and all your extra parts that you left laying there, tools, air bottles, air compressors, powered bar stools. It's all got to get out of there. So once again, if you are in one of the B classes that we're running in Pro Mod and Pro Street, those B classes, incidentally, sponsored by Webcam. If you are in one of those B classes, you must be coming up when we call the A classes. So when you hear us call APE Pro Street or Falicon Pro Mod, we mean you too. We'll run you guys in the B classes right behind the A classes. Moving now into Crazy Eights. 888 is the mark. It's all street tires. And so I'm going to talk about it in the street tire lingo. It's all street tires, no slicks or sissy sticks. That's right. No bar racing, 888 style. And for all of you watching from home on the MotorManiaTV.com connection, the live feed has now resulted in over 50,000 unique views. So a shout out to every single one of you who has tuned in for the Man Hill Garage World Finals presented by Killer White Machining and a quality cast of thousands. Because, you know, by the time we add them all up, we've got thousands of people here. I think we have about 800 entries and all the related support people, crew, family, friends, hangers-on, entourage. They're all here, and they're all happy that you're watching from wherever you are. MotorManiaTV.com, bringing Man Cup racing everywhere. Wes Brown and Chuck Hoover. Chuck Hoover nailed it. 891 with a 2. Wes should have had it by virtue of a much better light, but doesn't always go that way. Ron Arnold nails Keith Bobo at the starting line and never looks back. Ron Arnold threatening Ben Knight. Ben Knight currently on top of the Crazy Eights point standings with 231 points, but Ron Arnold, 194, right behind him, as is Dustin Lee. Lou Brown and Jeremy Teasley in the 180s, as well as Wes Brown. Wade Smith just back in the 170s. Another one that could go down to who knows who by the time it's all said and done. And right now, Timmy Davis takes out Jeff Peck. Jeff Peck throws an 0.33 light. Timmy Davis a 121. Timmy Davis undid the damage. He did himself on the starting line, and he did it at the finish line. Tony Freeman looking around. Where is Mike Chongris? Well, he's breaking out. Ben Knight throws the light, but something is not agreeing with Ben Knight's bike. It is bogging off the starting line. So Perry Paw slowing to a 1471 was definitely a gift in this instance, even though Ben's 009 light ensured that he would be hard to catch. He still only went a 909 on that 888 index. So Ben's got to find out why his bike is being buggy. And if I could have my pros begin to make their way to the lanes, please. He'll be out after Crazy Eights. Pros are out after Crazy Eights. So we're going to start it off with Bingo Top Fuel. And then we will proceed into Hawaii Pro Fuel. So we are running all the pro classes. Let's go. Dave Page, deep under the index, 869. I'm not sure, but I'm thinking that 022 light that we did not have was his undoing. Dave Page out early, unexpected. Okay, Junior Pellicino in the strange lane and Clark Proctor in the platinum lane. Look at this. We are seeing some lights today. 006 for Clark Proctor. And both riders are deep sea diving under the index there in an effort to undo the light. Junior Pellicino's 064 light was a shot in the foot. So they both stayed in it all the way down. That's pretty cool. And Clark, your winner. There goes Greg Stanton and a new entry in the platinum lane, name not yet on file. We don't know who he is, but we know what he's got to do. He's got to go 888 or slower. I need Hawaii Pro Fuel to lane 7, please. Hawaii Pro Fuel to lane 7, please. Alicon Pro Mod to lane 1. Once again, that's Hawaii SNS Pro Fuel to lane 7. Alicon Pro Mod to lane 1. And you webcam B-Class Pro Mod guys and gals, follow in to the back of the lanes. We'll bring you out behind the Falicon Pro Mod A-Class. So one more time, Hawaii SNS Pro Fuel into the lane 7, please. And I need my Falicon Pro Mod bikes to lane 1, including the webcam sponsored A-Class, which will follow the Falicon Pro Mod class, A-Class. Got it? Good. goes Luke Slinker. Luke is a contender here in Crazy Eights. No, I take that back. He is not. Nor is Chris Edwards. Chris Edwards took a 10th off of Luke Slemker on a tree and could not give it back to himself on the big end. Luke goes 162 on the reaction time and manages to win anyway. Good work, Luke. Let's get that out of the way early, right? I'm telling you, Dustin Lee has that golden horseshoe. It's treed by John King. John King's 017 mopping up on Dustin Lee's 073, and Dustin wins anyway. Bingo top fuel to the lanes, please. Bingo top fuel to the lanes. Bingo top fuel to the lanes, and I already see one of them here. That would be Sam Wills in the Nitro Conspiracy. Sam Wills on the threshold of a dream this weekend. Having now achieved his first 5-second official pass, which we can consider to be more or less informally backed up by the fact that he went 5s in testing. That's not an official style backup, but it works for adding the credibility that we know to say that, hey, that bike's gone 5s on 2 separate occasions at 2 separate racetracks. Yeah, I think that's a 5-second bike and rider for sure. So now what Sam needs to do, as we discussed in the opening ceremonies, is the next logical step. He's built the bike. He's learned the bike. He's run 5s on the bike. Time to win with the bike. Not to make it all about Sam, it's also about Mike Dryden and the rest of that amazing Nitro Conspiracy team. We have more quality in top fuel right now than I've seen maybe ever. And I'm going back a few years. My memory is long. Just the caliber of teams really exceeds anything I can ever remember seeing. And I mean that in the best way to everybody ever. And again, as we celebrate the 5th anniversary of Man Cup's inception here 5 years ago today, that's huge. Crazy Eights continues. Nelson Lugo goes 0-26 against Gerard Pichet. Now, Gerard Pichet is here from Guyana, but it is getting tougher out there with every passing round. Nelson Lugo takes him out, goes 8.96 with the 0.26 light. Gerard's 9 flat, nowhere near enough. Ricky Gatson gets some air, has to go to the left and back to the center. Is it enough? I didn't think so. Daniel Ingram kept it straight and true, and that's the thing. Anytime we deviate off the straight line, we actually make the racetrack longer. It's no longer 1,320 feet. I think I saw Ricky go about 1,360 feet on that one. So, in index racing, that's a real shot in the foot. Ron Legals from Narragansett, Rhode Island. Turn to Platinum Lane goes 0.99 light. Danny Ingram's got some for him at 0.52. Sure enough, Ron must break out in a futile attempt to stay ahead of Danny Ingram. Danny Ingram, 8.93 on the 8.88 dial. The winner. Greg Hayes, Bill Cruz, Alabama, Florida, Suzuki, Kawasaki. And, wow, 0.74 and .262. Unexpected. Something goes very wrong for Greg. Something goes very right for William Cruz. He goes 9:02 on an 888 index with a 262 light and wins. Had to get that out of his system now. I don't think that's going to hold rounds to come. Not with races like this. Spencer Claycomb rips Davey Santos a new one off the starting line. And doesn't even have to go quicker than him to win. It's all in the bulb. Lenny Clemens and Keith Brown. Yeah, that's the same Keith Brown that rides that wild Turbo Harley. He likes to stay tuned up on this CX-14 Crazy 8 bike. A versatile rider. Lenny Clemens has thrown what I think is the slowest light of the day so far, a .505. Ouch. Keith goes a not wonderful 130, but compared to a 505, that's golden. Single top fuel to the lanes, please, to be followed by Hawaii S&S Pro Fuel. To be followed by Falicon Pro Mod. To be followed by the Webcam B class in Pro Mod. So I just called 4 classes. Did you hear them? Single top fuel, Hawaii S&S Pro Fuel, Falicon Pro Mod, and Webcam Pro Mod B class. John Loney gets a gift. John Loney in a Platinum Lane, 2:24 reaction time. Usually that would be the end, but it's only the beginning when Barry Pryor Sr. goes 017 red. Not something I expected from Barry Pryor at this point, but it's getting rough out there. Dusty Brazel, currently number 9 in points, but still could go all the way. He's having a good weekend. I wouldn't count him out. Goes 882 on the competition single, and that finishes Crazy 8s for now. Wait for the exhaust note to change. There it is. Nitromethane starting it off with Chris Hand on the Redneck Express, taking on Dave Vantine, Pollard Nitro Sports, previously now Vantine Nitro Sports bike. This is huge. Chris Hand. I love it. And how's does it feel to be standing up here watching this, Larry McBride, rather than doing it? I mean, I guess I know how it feels, but I need to hear it from the horse's mouth.
You know, I love coming to the races, but I don't know if I make a very good spectator or not, because I want to be out there right now.
Yeah, this has got to be just about freaky for you. That's funny, too, because I was down on the starting line for a little bit today, and I was getting the smells and the sounds and the feels and the sun, and I'm like, oh, man, this feels so good. How long will it be before I'm back down here myself? And right now, it's all about these two men out here, and especially about the man in the platinum lane, our dear friend, Chris Hand, who is on the threshold of a dream here with the possibility to get his first ever national championship. And I'm sure he's been number 2 before, of course, behind you in the years when it was just you and him. Do you know, has he ever pulled a championship before?
You know, I don't think so. So my crew's been helping over changing motors and everything, so hopefully everything will go good.
Here we go. Chris Hand and Dave Vantine, Tingle Top Fuel. Dave Vantine is the winner. He goes 6:03 at 2:04. Larry was just about convinced that would be a 5-second pass, and so close. He went 387 for the 8th mile at 195. He only picked up 9 miles an hour in the back half, so he was likely out of the throttle at some point, and that's what prevented it from being a 5-second pass. But Chris Hand, a valiant effort, and his opportunity to surpass the Spider-Man has ended at this time. What does that mean, Larry McBride?
That means 15 times for me, so it's a 15-time champion. It's pretty humble still, though. It's a great feeling, but, you know, I would give it, I'd give one to Chris any day of the week. I mean, they work so hard, and I hate it had to end that way for him, but, you know, it is what it is, and God gives us, you know, He deals us our numbers, and we just got to stay with them, and 15 times, I'm still a little in shock right now.
You should be. And like you say, you know, the deck is shuffled, the cards are dealt, we play our hands to the best of our ability, and I now have the honor of being the first to congratulate Larry McBride on his 15th World Championship. Put your hands together for the Spider-Man, who has done it yet again 15 times. Congratulations, Larry McBride and the entire McBride Racing team.
Well, we owe it all to my crew, and Wayne and Donna Pingle that do so much for me. Camtex, Parts Unlimited, Drag Specialties, Headline Oil, all my associate sponsors with me. It's just absolutely incredible.
Thank you, Larry. I'm a little emotional myself. And now we get the pleasure of seeing 2 of the strongest programs in the nation at this time. One man who's on an upward trajectory that is practically vertical. This man has climbed mountains to get here. Sam Wills, at 60 years old, the newest member of the 5-second fraternity, the most exclusive club in motorcycle drag racing, going up against Michael Beeland on the DJ Don Johnson Top Fuel Harley Bullet. And don't forget to get over there and check out Larry McBride t-shirts. Now 15-time world champion. Now 15-time world champion Larry McBride. He's going to be over there signing t-shirts at the manufacturer's cup trailer right after this round of Top Fuel, which is about to end with one of these bikes going to the final. It'll be either Sam Wills on the Nitro Conspiracy Machine or Rider for Hire Mike Beeland on DJ's Billet. Look at this. What a freaky deal. It almost looked like Mr. Beeland was going to prevail, but something happened to make that chute pop, and Sam Wills, I was spending so much time looking at Mike Beeland because I thought he might get out in front. What happened with Sam, Larry?
Well, it just looked like they give it a little bit too much gas there is what I think. So, you know, the track's there. It could have been, it smoked the tire pretty quick. So I don't think they stepped it up any. I know they actually changed the gear on the thing, went from a 54-tooth rear sprocket to a 53-tooth, so it actually should have calmed it down. So, did we have a malfunction? That's a problem with a lot of the top fuel bikes is we got that clutch cannon, and that cannon is that's our heartbeat there. If it fails, this is exactly what happens. But I just want to remind everybody, I'm going over to the Manufacturers Cup trailer, and if you don't mind, come over there, and I'll be more than happy to sign your autographs. This is going to help drag racing out a lot and help the Man Cup, and I'm just here for everybody. I'm a little excited about winning another championship, so coming over there, maybe I can still learn how to sign my name.
Larry is extremely excited and extremely relieved. And once again, let me congratulate Larry McBride on his 15th World Championship in Top Fuel. Pringle Top Fuel, never a dull moment. And now we head into Hawaii S&S Pro Fuel. If your nitro fix hasn't been met, we got more for you. Are you jonesing for fuel? Are you jonesing for Harleys? After watching Michael Beelan there almost take out Sam Wills. Here we go, Jeanette Thornley and Kirby Apathy. It's the new kid and the old professor. Kirby Apathy couldn't be happier about seeing new racers like Jeanette Thornley do well. Except for right now. Kirby Apathy wants a piece of her so bad. Kirby's been on the sidelines developing his new engine combination and watching in great anxiousness as everybody else has been having fun. Taking out Jeanette Thornley at this stage would just be perfect for Kirby. Jeanette is on her way. Kirby's bike stumbles off the line. It doesn't look good, and it's not. Jeanette Thornley proceeds. Kirby Apathy is done. Cooper Performance Pro open to the lanes, please. Cooper Performance Pro open to the lanes, please. Nobody can deny Jeanette Thornley's trajectory at this time. She is on her game, just freshly crowned as NHRA Pro Fuel Champion, first ever female to win an NHRA Nitro Bike Championship. Puts her in some pretty tall company. And there's still more high-quality racing coming here in Hawaii. S&S Pro Fuel. Yes, it is. Rocky Jackson on that beautiful long wheelbase fast Kunias machine. A very traditional winner. Going up against the man, JV, Johnny Vickers on the Terminator. The Terminator, part of the new age of bikes like Jeanette Thornley is winning with. Johnny doing an unusually long burnout there, and that says a lot to me about what he thinks he's about to do. Johnny Vickers currently the number one qualifier with a 720, won a 718 in round one to silence any doubters. Rocky Jackson really is up against it here with Mr. Vickers. Vickers looking for that first 6-second pass in Pro Fuel history. Could it be now? Let's see. Vickers outdone. He goes 4:52 to the end for Rocky Jackson right there with him with the 4:51. Vickers just gets past Jackson. 7:26 to 7:29. Wow, Johnny with a slightly better reaction time. But I'm telling you, at the 8th mile, they were locked together. Look at the numbers, 4:52 to 4:51. The 1,000-footers, both 5:97s. Man, great drag racing. You only see that here. These racers are pumped up. So Johnny Vickers Does not improve on his earlier 7:18, but still achieves what he needed to do. Johnny's in the final. Here is Falicon, Pro Mod, now in all nitrous class. Paul Gass there in the left lane, in the right lane, the platinum lane. He was up here in the tower a little bit earlier as he and I waxed nostalgic about that Super Eliminator class and all those wonderful two-stroke bikes that are part of his history. But you see what he runs when he wants to go fast these days. Paul Gast, currently number 4 qualifier. Spencer Allen was number 5. They qualified within 9,000ths of a second of each other, but Paul Gast stepped it up in round 1, and I believe Spencer did too, if I remember correctly. So now, it's going to come down to the light and the power. 8th mile racing, things are over quickly here. We're going to only go to 660 feet out. That is the current Pro Mod formula as used by all of the major organizations. 1/8 mile and 4.0 second performance. Occasional sub 1.0 second 60 foots. These are the hardest leaving bikes outside of Top Fuel in our sport. For Spencer Allen, 103 for Paul Gass, and Paul Gass, look at that, Paul Gass, proof that you're never too old to go drag racing, drills Spencer Allen with a 002 light, and leads him all the way down. Gramps is here and hitting it. I really enjoy seeing Paul back in the groove. He struggled in a couple of races this year, and apparently that new body and new paint scheme was exactly what he needed to get back into it. Oh, I love looking at the numbers here. 002 light, 406. That's going to be hard to beat on any race day in Falicon Pro Mod. Now we've got both T.T. Jones bikes up against one another. T.T. Jones himself taking on his teammate Chris Garner. Chris Garner was number 1 qualifier for a bit, but ended up number 2. T.T. Jones got in at the last moment with that 413. We weren't sure he was going to get into the A class, but he made it. So, Chris Garner, T.T. Jones. This one's for all the bragging rights on the way home. They are team members. It's kind of unfortunate when your team members line up against each other this early in the race, but it is what it is. Chris Garner gets ahead of the boss off the line, and that's all it takes. Chris Garner continues his 4.0 performances. T.T. Jones a little later on the light and a little later on the finish line. Next up, Brunson Grothus and Richard Getz, and this is a huge round right here. Brunson is number 1 in points, Paul Gass number 2, Richard Gadsden number 3. They're all 3 still in contention, but one of the 3 will not be in about 4 seconds. Brunson, a previous champion here in Pro Comp. Final call now for Cooper Performance Pro Open, please. Final call for Cooper Performance Pro Open to the lanes. This one's huge, folks. Keep your eye. Oh, look at this. 013 light to 011 light. It's all over at the other end. Brunson Grothus's bike is not able to run the number, and Gadsden goes 408 with a 4. Now, let's look at the points. Grothus out. Paul and Richard in. The championship is on the line. Johnson currently has a 40-point lead over Mr. Gast and about a 60-point lead over Mr. Gadsden, which of course means he is within striking distance, and all he can do now is sit on the sidelines and bite his nails to see which of those two racers goes furthest. Right now, I would put my eye on Paul Gast. When he is on, he is nearly unbeatable. And this is one of his best weekends I've seen in a little while. So, good stuff. On the Fast by Gas Cam. Shane Emperjesi making it happen over Monty Campbell, 414 for a nice win on a brand new motorcycle. And now we move into the B class. Webcam sponsored B class here in Pro Mod. And it's actually going to be pretty simple, pretty easy. There's only two of them. So this will be for the win in the B class. It is one of the Profit Boys. Street ET to lane number one, please. Muzzy, Street ET to lane number one. Muzzy, Street ET, lane number one. We'll get the numbers in the computer for these two bikes in the Webcam Pro Mod B class. Everybody sit tight while we get the computer set. Mr. Wynn frantically gesturing at his crewman. Sit tight, we've got a small technical malfunction here in the computer. And we're good to go. Not entirely sure what happened there. We're going to take a moment and regroup for a moment as we prepare for the next class. Once again, a shout out to all our MotorManiaTV.com viewers and sponsors. That would include DragMike.com, the one and only
Since our inception in 1980, MPS has always raced what we sell, in just about every class from Street ET to Pro Mod. Our huge inventory of race parts are on the shelf ready for same-day shipping. MPS is the largest supplier of drag bike air shifters in the world. MPS carries both wet and dry nitrous systems, including our revolutionary Spider Dry Nitrous kits. At MPS, we're all EFI all the time, including the new Holly EFI system. We also stock all the best brands of engine components for your next build.
All right, here we go. 460 heads up right here. Johnny Bond in the strange lane. Durwood Rawlings here in the platinum lane. Number 6, number 3 qualifiers going at it. See if he can run the number. Can't quite get it done. Durwood Rawlings goes 474. Picking up the win right there off his previous 463 pass on the qualifying run. So a little bit off the pace right there for Durwood, but he still picked up the win right there. Johnny Bond goes 477 for the loss. His best earlier was a 473. Ricky Scott Jr. coming up in the strange lane out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. The number 4 qualifier taking on Brunson Grothers here in the platinum lane out of Iowa. He was the number 7 qualifier. So you got number 4, number 7 qualifiers at it right here. Here we go. Getting it done, charging hard. Finish line, he picks up the win, goes 462 off the 460 index, had a 006 reaction time. Wow, that's getting it done right there, guys. He picked up from his earlier qualifying run right there in just a little bit. All right. Thank you, Byron, coming up right here. Les Stymek in the strange lane out of Mount Morris, Michigan. Number 2 qualifier, he qualified at a 463. Let's see if he can pick up the pace just a little bit and get on down a little closer to that 460 index. Daniel Ingram, would you come to the tower, please? Daniel Ingram, would you come to the tower, please? Daniel Ingram, would you come to the tower, please? All right, here we go, Les Stymick right here. I'm guessing this is the bow run right here. Your number 2 qualifier, ready to rock and roll. All fan running. Les Stymick getting it done down at the big end. Wow, picks up the pace right there. Goes 460 with a 5. Dead on the index right there, guys. That betters his 463 qualifying pass a little bit earlier. All right. Reverend Bond coming up over there in the strange lane out of Peoria, Illinois. Your number 5 qualifier taking on Bobby Lovingood. Here in the Platinum Lane, Leland, North Carolina. The number 1 qualifier right there. Man, what's up? Right here. Better than okay. All right, guys, here we go. Raven Bond, Bobby Lovingood, ready to rock and roll. Here we go. Number 5, number 1 qualifier. Oh, the number 1 qualifier goes out with a red light start. Brevin Vaughn having problems right off the starting line, but he's going to pick up the automatic win right there. Goes 9:23 for the win. Bobby Lovingood, your number 1 qualifier, goes out with a red light start. Man, that's a bad way to go out. And then Brevin had problems off the starting line. It's in there.
Sam Wills, the Nitro Conspiracy, finally into the 5s after 2 seasons. And Dave Van Tine, 2 developing talents here, the cumulative effect of about 100 years of top fuel knowledge and experience. There you go. Come on down, everybody. Check it out. Tingle Top Fuel. This is the big one. We've waited for this all weekend. We've been cutting heads, trying to see who would be the best. And this time, it is Dave and Sam. Dave Van Tine Nitro Sports. Sam Wills, the Nitro Conspiracy. 2 of the greatest teams in the sport. Probably 2 of the greatest teams ever. Dave is in. Sam is in. Just a little bit of final prep. Mike Dryden walks away. Greg Pollard walks away. It's all about Sam and Dave. Look at Van Tine go. 577. 577 at 2:39. Look at the numbers in the 8th mile. Good Lord, he just ran 3:78 at 2:29 in the 8th mile. That may be the highest mile per hour I have ever seen on a 2-wheeled machine. 5:77 at 239 miles per hour. My eyes are bugging out of my head. I just can't even believe what I'm looking at here right now. 378 at 2:29 in the 8th. Now there is one more motorcycle in the 570s. There have only ever been 2. Now there are 3. Dave Van Tine and the entire Van Tine Nitro Sports camp are going out of their minds with elation over this accomplishment. And I couldn't be happier. Wow. Great job, everybody. You deserve it. And Sam Wills with the entire Nitro Conspiracy team, what you guys have done here this weekend is also epic. We have come away from this race with so much awesome. Congratulations. Well, everybody. 78 at 2:29 in the 8th. Now there's one more motorcycle in the such an amazing pass to watch. Only ever been 2. Such an amazing thing to be a part of, even peripherally up here in the tower. Now we move into more Nitro excellence. We just saw Dave Van Tine go 577. Now we're going to see Johnny Vickers and his student. What could be better for Johnny Vickers than to run in the final against the gal who he has helped bring to the top of the sport alongside him, Jeanette Thornley, Hawaii customer, Hawaii student, and now Hawaii equivalent, as she takes on her mentor, Johnny Vickers, here in the final. Johnny's been 7-18 on this bike this weekend. Jeanette Thornley giving up a little in performance, but nothing in spirit. An all-Hawaii final coming at you. Go! Johnny out there. He goes 4:48 to the 8th mile. Could this be it? 7:20 with a 4. Johnny Vickers, your victor here in Hawaii S&S Pro Fuel. Jeanette Thornley right behind, 7:41. Very dependable, very consistent all weekend. But at the end of the day, there can only be one. It is Johnny Vickers. Taking a look at the points chase here in Pro Fuel. It would appear that Rocky Jackson will stay atop the standings. I don't think he has been surpassed by any of the other racers that were close in points. So as we continue to accolade our new champions, Larry McBride, of course, the new Top Fuel champion, his 15th championship. Rocky Jackson would appear to be the Hawaii S&S Pro Fuel champion. And we're getting ready to award another championship here, but we got to go a couple of rounds in Falcon Pro Mod before we know who will be on top of the game there. Brunson Grothus went out early. Paul Gass, Richard Gadsden are within striking distance, but here's the drama. Only one of them will proceed. And it's about to be determined right now as Paul and Richard do battle. Right now, Paul Gast about 40 points behind Brunson. Richard Gadsden about 60 points behind. So I would say right now Brunson is probably rooting for Richard Gadsden. I sure couldn't blame him. I'm rooting for whoever wins because that's my favorite. Paul Gass with a rather light burnout. So this one's pretty heavy duty. Both bikes have been down in the low 4.0s this weekend. 404, 406. Paul stumbles off the line. Richard Gadsden continues. Goes 4:11. And as Paul was closer in points to Brunson, this opens up a new wrinkle. Richard Gadsden is now threatening to be the points leader, the world champion. One of these two bikes will tell the tale in the final round. I forever wonder if Paul's ultralight burnout was a contributing factor in that tire spin. The veteran might have gotten away with too light of a burnout there. But now, Shane Epperjeezy and Chris Garner. Chris Garner looking good on that TT Jones team, qualified number 2 of the 405. Shane Epperjeezy on that brand new Grothus drag bikes mount that will now move to its new rider, its new owner, the Gosselin team in Canada. But for now, Shane Epperjeezy is going to be the soldier who tries to get this bike into the final alongside Richard Gadsden. Goes 4:05 and we'll meet Richard Gadsden in the final. Shane Epperjeezy continued to improve all weekend on that brand new bike. He goes 102 to the 60 foot, 412 to the 8th. Chris Garner a 1.00 60 foot time. Moving now into our B class in Pro Mod, sponsored by Webcam. We just saw the 4 bikes that remain in Falcon Pro Mod, of which only 2 are left right now. Richard Gadsden and Chris Garner throw down in the final. And Richard Gadsden within striking distance of Brunson Grothus for the championship at this time, now that Paul Gast has been set to the side. Oh, there we go, webcam B class. And we've got a little bit of smoke out of Mr. Terry Wynn's bike. I think that means he's got issues. And I think they're telling him to shut that thing down. Mr. Profit, it's the win. And Profit will take a competition single. And like any good racer, what's he going to do? Drive that thing out the back door. 103 to the 60, 417 with a 5 for the win in the webcam B class of Pro Mod this weekend. Not the way he wanted to win, but a win is a win is a win. Sportsman classes are up next, and we'll start with MTC Engineering Super Comp. And we'll work the order from there. MTC Engineering Super Comp will start our sportsman round. We'll then move into Wiseco Street Fighter. Advance from there to Star Racing Top Gas. So once again, I'll need MTC Engineering Supercom to the lanes, please. And you'll be followed by Wiseco Street Fighter and then Star Racing Top Gas. What an amazing weekend, and certainly the story of the moment. The third motorcycle in history to run in the 570 range. Dave Van Tine rotated the earth with that 577. A .99 60-foot time on that, which, to the best of my knowledge, that's the quickest 60-footer I've ever seen off of a top fuel bike. Of course, Larry would probably be the authority on that. .99 and a 378 at 229 in the 8th mile. Now that 229 in the 8th might be a little stronger than we'd expect. We could have had a little bit of a optimistic reading there with motorcycles being what they are in terms of mile per hour readings. But there's no doubt that the 577 at 239 happened. You saw it right here, one of the most beautiful top fuel passes I have ever had the privilege to witness. Congratulations again to Van Tine Racing. Dave Van Tine, your move from Pro Mod into Top Fuel is one of the most exciting things we've had happen in our sport in recent years, and I thank you for raising the bar in Top Fuel. Now we go. APE Pro Street, Rodney Williford and Team DME, Terrence Angela. Terrence Angela now also sporting a full tailpipe on that machine. And get ready to see a lot more of that. Mr. Williford's been 681 more than once this weekend. You know, he's eyeballing a 670. Terrence Angela, very dependably in the 690s as well. Rodney comes into this with about a 10th advantage. Rodney puts it up to the sky. Terrence Angela takes advantage at the 330 in the 8th. It's Angela. Angela drops into the 680s himself. 689 with a 2. So it looks like an all-DME final, because here he comes, number 1 qualifier, Mr. Mile Per Hour, Joey Gladstone. Joey, who's had such a rewarding year, outstanding performances not only in APE Pro Street, but also performance Pro Open and Shinko WPS Real Street. Wiseco Street Fighter to the lanes, please. Wiseco Street Fighter to the lanes. And I also need Star Racing Top Gas competitors to the lanes, please. Star Racing Top Gas. There goes Joey. Woo! 121, 311 at the 330 at 457.8. It is a 680 or 690. You bet it is. 685 at 217. 217 miles per hour on a street tire motorcycle. Holy cow. I will make a prediction. Team DME will win this event. It's been an amazing conclusion to an amazing season. Man Cup drag racing, 5th anniversary. Now moving into the webcam-sponsored B class in Pro Street. Wiseco Street Fighter to the back of the lanes for pairings, please. Wiseco Street Fighter to the back of the lanes for your pairings. Going into the B class, sponsored by Webcam, Brandon Mitchum is going to take on Doug Gall. Doug Gall on that brand new, very showcase machine. Already in the sixes, went 698 at a conservative 203 miles per hour. So the big question here is, did he turn it up more? What does Doug have in store? 125 to the 60 and an eighth mile, 472. Should be a 690. 713. 713 for Doug. And only 188, so he lost a mile per hour. Something did not coagulate on the big end for him, but still got the win. Now it's Ryan Habel. Ryan Habel, great season for him, nothing to be ashamed of. He has hit the numbers that he's wanted to. Chris Edwards here in the platinum lane. Chris Edwards is out there. Look at that. Chris Edwards takes out Ryan Habel in the end. Ryan apparently struggling all the way down the track from 60 foot on. His numbers just weren't there, and Chris Edwards is able to take advantage. Gabriel Frederick now. And Sidney Marshall. It's Woodridge, Missouri going against Altamonte, Florida. Gabriel with a considerable performance advantage over Sidney. So Sidney is the hungry one here, but we've seen some upsets. This could be another one. You never know. Gabe looking good. He's got it all going on. I think it's all Gabe. It sure is. 730 at 204.88. Almost 205 miles per hour. I think it's high mile per hour of the event. So Gabe Frederick's loving it. We'll get back to determining the winner of the B class soon, but now it's time to move on to Comfort Performance Pro Open. continuing. Hey, good job this weekend. Pro Open with Chris Kutzinger and Corey Reed. One of these cool matchups here. What do we got now? A brand new EBR bike from Star Racing with their brand new rider, Corey Reed, who is showing extreme promise early on. They're giving up about 2/10 to the bike in the strange lane. That's Chris Kutzinger. Hayabusa-powered bunny bike style. So that's turbo, alcohol. Busa, big tire and a slick. So Chris has a bit of a performance advantage here, but it can be easily squandered. There's part of it. He just gave up 700s on the whole shot. 674 versus 688. Corey Reed and George Bryce, the whole Star Racing crew, thank you for coming out to the race this weekend. You were classy. You were quick all the way through. 680s like clockwork. But Chris Kutzinger will advance. So Chris Kutzinger is one of 3 bikes that will advance into the semis. The other 2 about to be determined. Here we go. It is Mark Rendeluck, the man who would be champion, up against Mike C. Mark Rendeluck buries him off the line, 105, 60 foot and 023 the action time. And the ever-dependable Rendeluck goes 664. So now we have 2 of the semifinalists determined. Mark Rendeluck and Chris Kutzinger. Final call for Wiseco Street Fighter to the lanes, please. Final call, Wiseco Street Fighter. So now we get the world's quickest no-wheelie bar bike, Joey Gladstone. Currently the number 1 qualifier with a 6:55. At this point, I don't think Joey can threaten Mark Rendeluck's points lead, but it is just quarters, so it ain't done yet. He's going up against Mark Ingerson from Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Mark giving up about a half a second in performance here, so if Joey does his job, he will be one of the 3 semifinalists. Joey's booming at the 8th. It's a 433. Off the back door, 653. Mr. Mile per hour goes, this time, 223. 653. 223.36. So there you go. OET and high mile per hour of the event. And it's just quarterfinals. 2 more rounds to go in Cooper Performance Pro Open. Final call, once again for Wiseco Street Fighter. Final call for Street Fighter. Here we are, Shinko WPS Real Street, and I believe this is the final, yes? Semi-final, there's 4 of them left. First pair up, Ricky Gadsden and Jeremy Teasley. Ricky's been in the right lane all weekend. Strange to see him in the strange lane. But Jeremy had lane choice, and he wanted the right lane, probably just because he's seen Ricky choose it all weekend. Good mind game there. Teasley just went 771. Ricky Gadsden, red lights. One finalist has been determined. It is Jeremy Teasley. Ricky went red by a bit there. It's an 067 red light. So he was really hungry this time. And at night, it's almost a little easier to red light because you will see that flash just a hair sooner. So you got to really watch it here on the Pro Tree at night. Roger Starrett and Tom Federici. One of them will run JT in the final. My money's on Roger, but Tom has come a long way here today. And another red light. This entire semifinal having now been decided by red lights. Your final will be Roger Starrett and Jeremy Teasley. Jeremy Teasley's already locked up the championship, so right now, looks like Starrett will be right behind him as number 2. Super Comp. MTC Engineering Super Comp now with Philip Gilly from Newton, Alabama in the strange lane, and all the way from French Guiana, Gerard Pochette still in. Strong racer, fastest racer ever to take the Ricky Gadsden Drag Racing School. He is the record holder. Identical 60 foots. Almost identical reaction times. Gerard Pochette prevails with only a 917 on an 890 index. Rare to see a 917 advancing this deep into it, but he was out of the throttle, so he was way out in front. Hank Ackerman and Timmy Davis. Now Hank proceeds to the next round in MTC Engineering Super Comp. So many bikes left in Super Comp. Look at the lineup. It's going to be a long evening for Super Comp. Pablo drills Tim on the right. Could be enough to make the difference at the other end if he plays his game right, and he does. Tim has to break out to no avail. Pablo got him on the tree. Now we have Mark McCoy and Randy Smith. Randy, number 2 qualifier, he went 8.90. Randy in the strange lane just got the tree chopped down on him by Mark McCoy. Yet somehow Randy Smith turns that misfortune around. Randy throwing an extremely unfair 136 light. I didn't expect to see him go 136 this far back, but he got lucky. So as we examine the track for the usual detritus, looking for a couple bits and pieces up there, make sure it's safe for Ed Hughes and Mike Likoski. Next pair down. And we have a thumbs up. Track is clear. Here comes Ed Hughes and Mike Lukowski. Ed Hughes down here from Lowell, Massachusetts. Mike Lukowski up here from Jacksonville, Florida. Ed was just above the index with that number 3 qualifying effort of an 891, but Mike Lukowski just below the index, 885 during qualifying. So both riders are capable of that 890 hit. Ed Hughes looking good. Mike Lukowski gets ahead of him by the 8th mile. Too much. Margin of victory about 800ths for Ed Hughes. Forces Mike Lukowski to red light. To break out. 884. Eric Hutton lays the smackdown on Kira Lopez. 005 reaction time for Eric. Eric wins with a slower ET because he was lethal on the tree. 898. Here is 894. Not enough. She gave it all up on the line. Hey, everybody, if you are missing a water bottle that you might have left in the concession stand, they have brought it up here so that I may try to reunite it with its rightful owner. So if there's a water bottle that you own, it actually looks like a pretty nice one. It's got graduations on it. Nalgene is the brand name. If you're missing your Nalgene water bottle and you were in a concession stand recently, we got it right here. Okay, now Dan Cusimano, always a strong effort, does it again, goes 899 on the 890 index. Now Curtis Griggs and JT, Jeremy Teasley. One more time, Jeremy intimidates Curtis Griggs. And goes 890 with a 2. So Jeremy's piled in, as usual. Another great performance for the man who has won 12 world championships at the tender young age of 25 years young. That is an accomplishment. Now Rick Eaton taking on David Fletcher. Rick is here from Venice, Florida. Mr. Fletcher hails from Lawrenceville, Georgia. Rick struggled in qualifying, but apparently has been going some rounds ever since. Rick gets a slow start, but David Fletcher not way ahead of him. But Rick's day ends with David Fletcher kicking him pretty hard there on the top end. 9:16 for David Fletcher for the win. Carlos Guzman made the big run down from Sturgis, Michigan, home of one of the former Top Fuel champions, Tony Lang. Big job up against Chad Otts. Chad Otts and Carlos Guzman run identical reaction times. Who will make it happen at the stripe? This time it is Chad Otts. They both break out. Margin of victory, 18 thousandths of a second. That's about one red hair. Rodney Gant now, and Barry Dreyer Sr. Barry is here from Chesapeake, Virginia on his Hayabusa. Rodney Gant from Augusta, Georgia on his Kawasaki. Pryor. That's right, that's Barry Pryor. I got a little help here from a young Mr. Brown, my assistant up here in the tower. There he goes, 0-13 on the light. Rodney Gant is in trouble. That's all it took. You heard him jacking in and out of the throttle up there. Bop, bop, bop. 9:07 beats the 9:15 of Rodney Gant. And at this time, I should have all Wiseco Street Fighter bikes in lane 1. Wiseco Street Fighter, if you're not in the lanes at this time, you risk missing this round. We would want that. Wiseco Street Fighter needs to be in the lanes. There goes Ron Jernigan. He's in trouble. And very deep trouble. Goes 894, gets beat by a 901. Tony Freeman having thrown a much better 021 light. Sean Welch and Gary Russell. Gary, 007 light. Sean Welch is not going to make it. There's 147. Way inadequate. He has to go 876 to try to overcome that mere 10th and a half advantage Gary smacked him with off the line. At this stage in the game, a 147 is akin to just parking it in a trailer. You may as well not even show up. Here he comes, Boo Brown from Potomac Falls, Virginia. Kevin Adams. Boo Brown drills Kevin on a tree, picks up a half a tenth in his pocket. Makes it happen on the big end. You bet he does. Kevin Adams runs that magical 888 Crazy Eights index. But Boo Brown stays above the 890 where he needs to be for the win. Now Harvey Hubbard taking on the spooky man himself, John Markham. John Markham is our number 25 qualifier. For all intents and purposes, identical reaction times. They are glued to one another all the way down the track at the stripe. The game gets played and lost by Harvey Hubbard. John Markham goes 891 with a 7. And that completes this round of many of MTC Engineering Supercomp. Wiseco Street Fighter, you're out next. Wiseco Street Fighter, the 950 index, the entry-level index class, as it were, but not at all an easy class. A lot of heavy hitters in Street Fighter. Concession stand will be open for another 45 minutes. You've got until 9 o'clock if you want to hit the concession stand. So, some food, some drink, a little bit of sustenance to get you through this long racing evening. The concession stand will be open until 9 o'clock. Right here at the base of the tower And if you left your water bottle over there, we've got it. And as we go into Wise Coast Street Fighter, I need Star Racing Top Gas to the lanes, please. Star Racing Top Gas, need you in the lanes. And at this time, I'd like to call my Fast by Gas Super Eliminator combatants. If you're still in, it is time. Show up at the back of the lane for your pairings, please. Fast by Gas Super Eliminator. Street Fighter continues now with Spencer Claycomb and Dwayne Schmidt. Dwayne on the ZX-14, Spencer on the Busa. Spencer with about a half a tenth advantage, not really, 3/100ths advantage on Dwayne Schmidt. Both of them break out, but only one can win, and this time it is Spencer. Johnson, who I have seen run 950s like clockwork in the past. And he's got an easy one this time. Goes the 075 light, but Tommy Evans in the platinum lane goes 143. And that's all Roy needed to make it happen. Stacy the door on the starting line. And also on the big end, Joe Holt's 961 beats Stacy's quicker 959. It all happened on the starting line. Next up, Elroy Bailey and Stanley Russell. The big man goes too deep. Stanley got treed and beat. 9:48 for the breakout. Mike Murphy and Barry Pryor Sr., not Barry Pryor Sr., as my helper here, Rico Brown, helped me know. Mike Murphy, Barry Pryor. Tight competition here, but Barry, just something went wrong for him. He ended up way off the index. Mike Murphy takes an easy win. Now, Gary Russell, street fighting it, showing Ted Harvey the way. Ted Harvey's 203 means he breaks out Gary Russell, winning. Fast by gas, Super Eliminator. Need you in the lanes right now, please. Fast by gas, Super Eliminator. To the lanes, please. And just a little side note on Dave Vantine's amazing performance here this weekend. He appears to have set the track record for mile per hour at 239.9. Fastest motorcycle ever down the Valdosta racing surface. And if anybody knows an exception to that, please let me know. Keith Bobo did not make the call. So, Rocky Ward will get a competition single here. And Rocky Ward, a nice clean 954 on the 950 Street Fighter Index. Fast by gas, Super Eliminator. Need you to the lanes right now. Fast by gas, Super Eliminator. And it's time to do Star Racing Top Gas. And we started the race with about 60 of these bikes. That's a whole lot of 820s. So now Joe Lemons, the number 22 qualifier, with an 8:65. Wait a minute. Well, I guess that doesn't make much sense. George Jones, the number 7 qualifier, with an 8:25. George Jones here from Hepzibah, Georgia. I love cool town names, and that's one of them, Hepzibah. So much Top Gas this weekend. Inexplicably, George Jones runs a 2.56 second reaction time. Joe Lemons looks around at the other end of the track and says, I appear to be all alone. I think I will get out of the gas, which he does in a big way. So we can all but wonder just what happened to George Jones's bike. I'm guessing some type of mechanical malfunction. And now I need Worldwide Bearings, Crazy Eights to the back of staging, please. Worldwide Bearing, Crazy Eights, report to the back of staging for your pairings. And apparently we've got something out there on the track, so Tim Gainey and Chase Morris are going to have to sit tight for a minute. Once we clear that bike from the track, we'll be able to continue here in Star Racing Top Gas. describes himself on his tech card as older than dirt. Yeah, like that's even possible. Was not able to leave the line. Chase Morris goes red, breaks out, does everything that you can get away with on a competition single because he can. Turbo from Dundee, Michigan, in the strange lane. Here at Pee Wee Carter, reaction times are almost the same. So there it is. Kenny D prevails 8:27 on that unique turbocharged machine. Not too many turbos in Top Gas these days, so love seeing the progress there for Kenny. Now Ronnie Woodall Sr. and Wade Cherry. Ronnie was a number 27 qualifier. Wade Cherry, number 2, right on that 820 index. Wade in the platinum lead. Well, Wade gave up a couple hundredths on the light. Nothing earth-shattering, but enough of a breakout on the other end, and Ronnie Woodall takes the win. So not bad. Number 27 qualifier kicks out the number 2. Jeff Fasthouse is all over that one on the starting line. Jeff goes 022. Bobby Holland's 416 light shows something went really wrong. Worldwide bearing, Crazy Eights need you to the lanes, please. Worldwide bearing, Crazy Eights to the lanes, please. Worldwide bearing, Crazy Eights to the lanes. Todd Small and Tim Hunt. Tim with a slight edge, about 400s on the light. Can he make it happen on the other end? Sure, he can. But here is the amazing thing. Todd Small had him all over the place on the other end, but forgot to let off the throttle. Ouch. So, Todd Small's 8:17 breakout loss to Tim Hunt's 10:41. Tim probably got a chance to see the win light and was like, I don't even believe it. Sometimes luck shines on you, sometimes luck on you. And we saw both versions right there. Now we have Ron Jernigan. Came up from Milton, Florida, going up against Tommy Saxon from Bogart, Georgia. Ron was our number 25 qualifier with an 8:17. Tommy, equally on the other side of the index, number 4 with an 8:22. Both are dialed in on the index. Ron Jernigan hits it hard here in Star Racing Top Gas on a regular basis. Ron Jernigan runs right on the number, and look at that. 820 with a 1 for Ron, 821 with a 0 for Tommy. 23 thousandths margin of victory for Ron. I told you. He's a bad mother. Shut your mouth. Joe Deck and Carlos Guzman. Or was that Guzman? on. Carlos Guzman. Taking on Joe Deck, all the way from Morning View, Kentucky. Carlos, one of the racers from Sturgis, Michigan. Long haul for him. And we got a good drag race here, but Joe Deck got a few hundredths on Carlos on the light. And there it is, Carlos. Oh, that's a heartbreaker. Carlos runs right on the index. But not good enough. What's that? Chic A Loco still in the game with that recently turbocharged ZX14 powered entry. That's a little bit of work of Todd Heiser, Dogwood Racing. Chester Lee in the Platinum Lane wants to take out the ZX14 Turbo, naturally. Chic A Loco gets a little loco out on the track. Stays in it though and makes it happen. Look at that, the brand new combination working well. And even though Chic got treed by about 700ths, Chester Lee cannot convert on the big end. And right now we need worldwide bearing crazy eights to the lanes, please. Worldwide bearing crazy eights to the lanes, please. And once we're done with them, we're going to go right into the pros. So right now, all pros remaining in competition, please return to the lanes. All pros remaining in competition, please return to the lanes. And there went the Canadian Assassin doing what he does so well. 820 with a 1. Harvey Hubbard got him on the light by about 200ths, actually about 2.5 But somehow Mike Konopacki, with his magic drag racing powers, still managed to get the win at the stripe. And we return to Gas by Gas Super Eliminator with something for everybody. You don't want to run an index class? Maybe you would like to run this class where your personal dial-in is determined off the national record. Right out of the box, one of these really quick two-stroke Kawasaki's. This on the venerable H2. Steve Chandler on the H2 Kawasaki in the Platinum Lane. Spencer Greer is going to give up about 3/10. So just about, not quite, 1 amber on the tree will separate these two machines as they depart the starting line. Spencer with a little bit of a wheelie. He might have problems with that. Even though Steve Chandler went 160 on the light, all it takes is one wheelie to throw you off your game. And sure enough, Steve Chandler gets lucky, throws a 160 light, but is still able to advance. Next up in Fast by Gas Super Eliminator, Clay Barnett and Keith Drennan. Just about a half a second separating these two vehicles. Keith Drennan will get a whole shot of about, more or less half the distance of the 60-foot trap. So he's going to get out there about 20, 30 feet, and then here comes Clay Barnett. A lot of smoke coming out of Keith Drennan's machine, but it makes no difference. Clay Barnett left last and left too fast. The red bulb shines brightly over Clay Barnett's demise. Speaking of Barnetts, here's another one. Eric Barnett run up against Rafi Santos. Rafi running multiple classes. Now he's here in Fast by Gas Super Eliminator. And this one's so close you won't even really be able to tell the difference on the lights. There we go. It's a handicap pro tree, and that's some fun stuff. You only see that in Fast by Gas Super Eliminator. Hi, Jeannie. Did somebody start a snowmobile? Oh, no, it's Super Eliminator. Super Eliminator, amazing two-stroke machines making their return to the National Drag Racing environment. How long has it been since we saw H2s going down the drag strip? I like to call them chainsaws on acid, but I mean it very respectfully. These things are quick, light. And Scott Allen, not really getting a great bulb there, but Gary Seeley, no better. Scott Allen goes 940 on a 939 dial. Spencer Claycomb now. Super Eliminator on a four-stroke machine. Of course, that's a Hayabusa. His national index is an 875. Off he goes. Competition single. Next pair up. Larry Zintek and Joel Molyneux. Joe's here from Painesville, Ohio. 75 H2. Larry is here from Abilene, Texas. 2013 CX-14. Larry's running off an 872 index. 918 for Joe Molyneux. And it's the Handicap Pro Tree start here in Super Eliminator. Great job for Larry compared to Joe. Joe threw a 238 light. Yeah, I didn't think he was going to overcome that. Kevin Hutchinson on that amazing Water Buffalo Suzuki. Back in the day when Suzuki decided to take it to Kawasaki, they said, well, you know, you got that air-cooled H2, we'll come out with a water-cooled 750. And they were only made for a couple years. Amazing machines. This is the quickest one ever. He's going up against the number one qualifier, Alex Hughes. Kevin red lights, and that has as they say, is that Alex Hughes, 818 on the 801 dial. Danny Ingram, who is the number one qualifier in Crazy Eights, we are missing you. We need you because we are about to launch Crazy Eights. So Danny Ingram, number one qualifier in Crazy Eights, if you intend to make this round, you need to get here right now. And if you don't intend to make this round, maybe send somebody up here to tell us that you won't be making it. Danny Ingram, Crazy Eights, need you now or need to know that you're not going to be here. And as we proceed into Worldwide Bearing Crazy Eights, right out of the box, Wade Smith and Jeremy Teasley cutting heads. Teasley gets a look at that. 888 versus 888. 888 with a 4 wins it this time. Margin of victory, 0.06 of a second. That's heavy duty. And apparently we've got Danny Ingram now. He's lining up on the starting line. Danny Ingram and Clark Proctor. Look at that. Dead heat on the reaction times. 880 with a run, and Clark Proctor goes 878. So that was a double force ya at the finish line. Next up, my ET classes, D&G Chassis, E-Twin, MPS Pro ET, and Muzzy Street ET, all to the lanes. Once again, that's D&G Chassis, D-Twin, MPS Pro ET, and Muzzy Street ET. Need you all to the lanes, please. And by now, all pros remaining in competition should also be in the lanes. Here comes some now. All pros remaining in competition need you to the lanes at this time. Megan Bowers got taken out by Chuck Hoover, who runs right on the dial, and had to because he threw a 137 light, so Megan forced him hard on the other end. Great work. And let's say we've got Danny Ingram again. Crazy Eights. Apparently, problem with the numbers in the computer. Oh, there goes Danny Ingram the second. Look at this, 890s. Hey, this isn't Super Cup, this is Crazy Eights. Dusty Brazel gets taken out by Luis Reyes. Dusty, it's kind of dusty on the light right there. 131, come on. Davis and Keith Brown. Keith Brown riding that cool turbo Harley otherwise, but now he's going, oh, look at that, a 116 light for Keith. Could be trouble. But he makes it happen. 899 on the 888 index. Keith Brown is still in the game. Timmy Davis done. Gets treed by Kevin Adams. Kevin Adams, can he finish the deal? He sure does. Goes right on the index. John Loney is forced to break out. Double red lights. Here's how hard he wanted to beat Ben Knight. They both red lit, and Blue Brown continues. Ben Knight, red lights by 0.003 of a second more. Man, were they pushing the tree. Spencer Claycomb gets that one, and now it's going to be Carlos DeLoche up against Brandon Burgett. So many Crazy Eight spikes. Brandon, unable to make the call, means Carlos takes the competition single. It is Joey Gladstone and Terrence Angela. The number one plate holder again here in 2015, Joey Gladstone, our national champion in APE Pro Street, going up against teammate Terrence Angela. And between Terrence's dreads and Joey's long flowing goldy locks, these guys have the best hair in the class. And when you're this fast, you can look any way you want. So, of course, the notion of team orders comes up. Can't help but wonder. But I think I understand the team orders here. Joey and Terrence are just going to race. Oh my goodness! Look at that! Joey Gladstone does something I never see him do. He red lights, goes 682, and throws it away against his teammate.